is the scene in South Philadelphia, a scene we have become accustomed to for 30-plus years, except there is a new building to take notice of, and it is a building the Phillies will be calling home starting in April 2004. The Vet will be no more after today when we close down the shop as the Phillies take on the Atlanta Braves here on UPN 57. Inside, fans have brought their jerseys, they brought family members, they have brought cameras and camcorders to capture the moments. They say thanks for the many memories that took place inside this venue in South Philadelphia. But today, we join together, 63,000 or so strong, to say so long to the Vet, to say thank you for the great times, and to say we're moving on down the street here along Patterson Avenue into the future. A pleasant good afternoon to you, and welcome to Phillies Weekly here on UPN 57. I'm Ron Burke. Normally we bring you this show from inside the studio. Today, however, much too special to do that. We join you from just here along the field at the Venerable Vet for what will be a day of celebration. In fact, it has been a weekend of celebration here at Veterans Stadium with former Phillies from the past coming together, merging with Phillies of the present to celebrate those days and to sort of stretch this thing into the future as the Phillies get set to close down this stadium one final time. Over the course of the next half hour, we'll get you prepared by looking toward the future. We'll have special guests who will join us here for this 30-minute show, and we will get you ready for game time coming up at the bottom of the hour as the Phillies close out a series, a season, and a home. First, let's get you set by looking at some on-field matters, specifically the men who will be charged with the responsibility of throwing pitches in this game. And interestingly, for such an important game to celebrate such a long history, the task falls to a one-year Philly, Kevin Millwood, to get the start today. Millwood had said since the beginning of the season, since joining the team, he'll wait until afterwards to determine whether he will rejoin the Phillies or go to another club. He came, of course, from the Atlanta Braves, and he'll be facing his former mentor. But I guess once a mentor, always a mentor. Maddux will be on the hill for the Atlanta Braves. And what a season for Greg Maddux. Yes, he is getting older, but he is not necessarily getting anything but better. Maddux is setting a major league record by winning 15 games for a 16th consecutive season. He accomplished that his last time out. So it will be Millwood versus Maddux, the M&M guys, on this special day of baseball here at the Vet. As I said, we'll be taking you through, just giving you an idea of some of the celebrations that will be coming up here within the game and outside the game as well, with a big after party, if you will, following today's festivities that will involve Phillies from the past. And the weekend actually began on Friday, the special weekend, as we saw old Phillies trot back into town and take part in various activities that have gone on here. And yesterday, a special day as well, as the all-vet team for one was presented. And of course, Mike Schmidt's going to be a major part of that. Tug McGraw, who earlier this season was prominent in Phillies history for a very different reason and has maintained his presence with this organization as well. Steve Carlson, the best left-hander ever to wear a Phillies uniform, on hand. Juan Samuel, Juan looks good. Looks like Sammy can still swipe 40 if he just put on the cleats and the stirrups and the pants and everything. And Larry Bowa, the present-day manager, sharing a great moment on the platform there with his former manager, Dallas Green, who was here, of course, during the great days. As for the all-vet team, voted on by the fans, Dutch mans the mask behind the plate. John Krug edged out Pete Rose, and Juan Samuel inched past Manny Trio at second. Left side of the infield, you could call this a no-brainer. Bowa and Michael Jack. The outfield anchored by the Secretary of Defense, Gary Maddux, who has maintained a strong presence here in the Delaware Valley since his playing days. The Bull, Greg Luzinski, is in left. Bobby Abreu, current player, mans the right field spot. Lefty is an obvious choice for sure. Curt Schilling is the right-handed starter. Tugger is the closer. Dallas Green, the all-vet skipper, and Larry Bowa, the present skipper, reacted yesterday to being a part of this elite group.
There's a lot of good memories out there for those guys that were on that platform. Obviously, for our young players, there's a lot of memories they want to just move over across the street. But those guys that were on that platform, there's a lot of good things that happened to them in their careers, and Hall of Fame credentials, and a lot of winners out on the platform, a lot of winners that knew what it took to go the extra mile.
Well, speaking of going the extra mile, it helps to have staying power in order to build that kind of reputation, and certainly one of the men here at the Vet today has had that over the years. This stadium was constructed back in 1971. The Phillies began playing here in April of that year, and through it all, the man with the golden voice has been a part of it and will continue to do so today in the final game at this venue. Of course, I'm talking about the one and only Harry Kalas. He joins us now from a familiar spot atop the field from the broadcast booth. Harry, it's good to see you. You're looking great for a great occasion, and I'll take you back to 1971. You joined this club then from the Houston Astros. What were your memories, or what are your memories as you look back to 30-plus years here?
Well, my memories of the first year of Veterans Stadium in 1971, I was just awed to come to Philadelphia from the Houston Astros, and, you know, a tremendous crowd on hand. I got the feel right out of the chute of how beautiful Philadelphia fans are and how loyal and supportive Philadelphia fans are. My first order of business was conduct the pregame ceremonies down on the field, and I was nervous my first year here in Philadelphia. And I got back up to the booth, glad that that was over, and I got that done. And then it dawned on me that I failed to introduce the president of the National League, Chub Feeney. But Chub was so gracious about it. I apologized to him when I saw him. He couldn't have been nicer. And so a lot of fond memories here, Ron, including 27 years with my late great partner, Richie Ashburn. And to this day, Ron, not a game goes by where something doesn't happen on the field or in the booth that reminds me of his whiteness, and it's always with a smile on my face and warmth in my heart.
For sure. I recall, Harry, upon you being named as a member of the Baseball Hall of Fame, you reflected on those earlier years, and you mentioned how Whitey was among those who helped bring you through the tough times as a young announcer, and you certainly have, as I said, had great staying power and have risen to the top echelon of this profession, and for that you certainly should be credited and have been in many ways over the years. And I wonder, as you look at the different decades perhaps of this organization, what moments stand out in your mind? I assume the World Series title will be #1 on the list, but what else stands out?
Well, you'd have to put, yes, the 1980 World Championship, Philadelphia Phillies one and only World Championship. Doug McGraw striking out Willie Wilson to bring the Phillies to the promised land. And also 83 and 93, that cast of characters in 93 that got the Phillies to the World Series. Having the opportunity to have called the entire Hall of Fame career of Michael Jack Schmidt was certainly a plus. And, you know, you talked about the all-veteran stadium team and how the Crucker just edged out P. Rose.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if the fans had watched him the whole year long and if voting hadn't been really so early by the fans for the all-vets team, the guy playing down there at first base right now, I talked to Mike Schmidt before the game, Ron, and I said, Schmitty, you know, your home run record might be in jeopardy today with Jim Thome, and he said he'll probably hit one the first time up.
That would be great drama and a perfect and fitting moment for this day. Harry, as I said, you look sharp, and it certainly fits the occasion. Have a great final game here, and thanks for joining us.
Really looking forward to it, Ron. Thank you.
All right, so are we. Still to come here on Phillies Weekly as we continue to count down the moments here at the Vet. The Phillies took things all the way to the final week again this season. It was quite a ride, and there surely were some amazing plays along the way. Coming up, we will look at our top 10 list from this season. As we head to break, as we always do at this point in the program, we give you this week's trivia question. The Vet played host to the first 2 games in that amazing NLCS against the Astros back in 1980. There was just 1 home run hit by both teams over the entire 5-game series. Who hit that home run? The answer's coming up later.
KFC's popcorn chicken is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Big, juicy pieces of all-white breast meat, now with fewer crumbs. Get a party size for just $6.99 or an individual size for just $1.99. New, bigger, better popcorn chicken, only from KFC. Create and direct your own TV commercials. Visit KFC.com.
I have brown hair. I'll be in a black dress. How will I know you?
I'm 5'11" with graying, salt and pepper. With brown hair.
Just for Men hair color rejuvenates hair. It's vitamin enriched. In 5 easy minutes, gray is shampooed away. It brings back a confident, natural look.
You look exactly like I imagined.
So, where do we go from here?
Your PC or mine?
Just for Men, the Rejuvenator.
Please close your eyes while we change into something more comfortable. Hey, you peeked. The redesigned 2004 Nissan Sentra with a great lease price of only $159 a month. Available at your Nissan dealer now.
Part of your life and lifestyle.
Making your life more comfortable.
Sheet Metal Workers, Local 19.
Sheet Metal Contractors Association. Partners in progress.
What a ride it has been for the Phillies this season. We welcome you back now to Phillies Weekly here on UPN 57. Again, Phillies and Braves coming up at the bottom of the hour on what is party day here at Veterans Stadium. Certainly a day of remembrance for the entire work of art here that the Phillies have put together this season, and certainly the entire body of work for the past 30-plus years. As we focus now on the year 2003, there were a lot of great moments, and I guess sitting at the top of the list would have to be the newcomer Jim Thome, who just fit in so well, so quickly, so effectively, and has risen the hopes of Phillies fans so much in such a short time, and with good reason. He has been outstanding. Jim Thome, not surprisingly then, plays a key part as we now recap our top plays, our top 10 plays of the Phillies season 2003.
Well hit to deep right field, and this ball is caught brilliantly by Bobby Abreu. Throws his bat at the ball, and the only play is with the he got it. And in, but he swings it into center field. Oh, man. What a play by Punto.
Piazza hammers a breaking ball to left center field, and third made a spectacular catch on that. Lezanis deep right field. It's gone. A 3-run home run for Ricky Leday, and it's a 13-run inning for the Phillies. Broken back. That one falls. Base hit. And the Phillies have won it.
Base hit, center field, Phil's win. Jason Michael scores. Mike Lieberthal delivers. Well hit to deep right. It's got a chance. It is out of here. Grand slam home run, Tomas Perez.
That ball is hammered to deep center field. Back it goes. It's a grand slam home run for Jason Michael. The Phillies have hit 2 grand slams in this game.
Rollins line drive to right field. That's a base hit. Here comes Jason Michaels. The throw's going to be late. Phil's win. Fly ball to deep left field. It's got a chance. It's out of here. Home run, Jason Michaels. And the Phillies have taken a 4-1 lead here in the 17th inning. Long drive into deep right center field. It's got a chance. It's out of here. Jim Thome has put the Phillies in front. 5-4 in the bottom half of the 8th inning. His 43rd, and what a big one for Mr. Thome.
How big has this guy come up?
I won't pay the charge.
Hit hard to deep center field. Damon going back at the track. What's up? It's gone! It's gone!
our top 10 moments, Phillies moments from the vet here this season, and what a great ride it's been for the Phillies. And we're here at Veterans Stadium getting set for the start of today's game. And talking about great moments, I'm joined by one of the Phillies greats who is here this weekend for the festivities. I had Harry on, Harry Kalas, in the first segment. I should have had him set you up perfectly with his patented introduction of you, but I'll just say Mickey Morandini. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to be back. Great to be back.
I bet it is. Now, these days you're living outside Chicago, but you're a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania born and bred guy from the Pittsburgh area.
That's right.
And you're back here in Philadelphia 10 years ago. What was the glory days as far as this franchise, the last glory days is concerned? You were part of it. What was it like as you, I'm sure you've reflected back on that as you've seen the guys and thought about what's at stake here.
Oh, absolutely. It was the funnest year of my life. Yeah. I know the fans enjoyed it so much. I mean, this is what it was about right here, seeing all these fans in here and reacting to the winning team. It's a shame that we couldn't be playing for a little bit more today, but great place to play here.
When you think about, we should have 60,000 plus here today for this final game. When you think about when you had those capacity crowds, say during that NLCS against this same Atlanta Braves franchise, that must have been something that really heightened the spirits of you guys. And it really pushed you through.
It really does. When you play in a stadium with this many people and they're all cheering for you, that just, you know, elevates your game so much more. And you know, we weren't the best team probably on paper that year, but we played so well together, and part of the reason was having all these people here.
What are you looking most forward to today? This is it.
I don't know. I mean, I hear there's going to be some tears after, so I'm going to try and hold back the tears. But you know, I look next street and see that beautiful stadium over there, and that's something really to look forward to. But just so many memories in this park. It's definitely a bittersweet kind of day.
All right, it's been an exciting season for the Phillies. You guys know what that's about because you brought us that kind of excitement and then some 10 years ago. Mickey, it's a great pleasure to see you.
Well, great to be back. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I will.
All right, Mickey Morandini, fabulous second baseman for the Phillies, is back among the group here as he reflects on the years that have passed, as we give credit to Chopper 3 for these great aerial shots. And we thank you for being with us as we'll continue here at Veterans Stadium on Phillies Weekly. We continue to look back and at the same time celebrate the moments that the present has brought us. Stay with us.
My essay is called Why the Webbers Should Choose Us for Local Phone Service.
By the way, nice lawn.
Choose our phone service because
we're family. This is a little beetle weedle.
You can shop for local phone service in Pennsylvania. That means companies will compete for your business with services that could save you money.
And the duck says, put it on my bill.
Local telephone choice. Another great call for Pennsylvania.
Kids, you love this? Sure you do.
Please close your eyes while we change into something more comfortable. Hey, you peeked. The redesigned 2004 Nissan Sentra with a great lease price of only $159 a month. Available at your Nissan dealer now.
The Laborers District Council of the metropolitan area of Philadelphia and its vicinity are bringing local unions together. Our mission is to foster harmony and to promote unity of action in dealing with employers. From the smallest of projects to the greatest, the LDC has stood proud for almost 70 years as a pillar of the Philadelphia workforce. The Laborers District Council of the metropolitan area of Philadelphia, building a better tomorrow today.
Welcome back to Veterans Stadium as we rejoin you, as you rejoin us here on Phillies Weekly, bringing a guy who's been a regular part of our show here, and that's Hal Bodley of USA Today. But before that, Hal, you were in the area as a writer. You've been a great contributor to the game of baseball as a whole with USA Today, and you have some fond memories of the Phillies in this particular venue because you grew up in this area and been here as a long-standing member of the community.
I covered hundreds of games here, and when I think back to my most memorable moments, my top 3 memorable moments, you start with number 3. It was in 1981 when Pete Rose broke Stan Musial's all-time National League hits record. It wasn't so much that Pete broke the record that night, but the fact that he went to the press conference trying to get in touch with President Reagan on the telephone, and they had a lot of problems. And finally he said, I'm going to give you 5 more minutes, and at that time, the president came on the phone.
All right, so that's number number 3, Pete Rose breaking Stan Musial's. Number 2 on the list takes us back to the 70s.
It really does. Of course, the Phillies won the division championships 3 years in the 1970s, and I believe the 1977 team was the best ever, but of course that team lost the 3rd game here at the Vet because Danny Ozark, the manager, did not replace Greg Luzinski in left field with Jerry Martin. The Dodgers went on to win that game, won the next night, and won the series.
All right, so that's number 2. Number 1 falls again, I guess, in the obvious category, huh?
After eons and eons, it's a no-brainer. Of course, the 1980 World Series, Willie Wilson swings and misses, Tug McGraw jumps off the mound, and the Phillies are world champions. It was really the greatest moment ever for me here at the Vet.
Yeah, you and a whole bunch of other folks, and that's something that we've obviously looked back on many times over the years, and as this venue comes to a close today, I think maybe it's looked on with a lot more fondness because of the moment at hand.
Because they haven't done it since then.
Al, thanks so much. We look forward to seeing you next season on Phillies Weekly.
It's going to be my pleasure.
All right, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
It's special for a lot of folks here at the Vet, Hal, and certainly those within the Phillies organization. We'll continue here with Phillies Weekly, live from Veterans Stadium. Again, our thanks to Chopper 3 for providing these beautiful aerials. They will be some of the final aerials we'll get this day from this venue. Stay close. We're coming right back to close things up.
I have brown hair. I'll be in a black dress. How will I know you?
I'm 5'11" with graying, salt and pepper.
With brown hair. Just for Men hair color rejuvenates hair. It's vitamin enriched. In 5 easy minutes, gray is shampooed away. It brings back a confident, natural look.
You look exactly like I imagined.
So, where do we go from here?
Your PC or mine?
Just for Men, the Rejuvenator.
These prices are absolutely amazing. You know, I can't miss this sale. Jimmy?
Shop Acme's 3-day 3-for-1 sale. Use your SuperCard and get 3 times the value of your coupons. Plus, save on 3 Diamonds Chunk Light Tuna, 3 for 99 cents. And Kraft Cheese Singles, 3 for $3.98.
Oh, it's over late. Jimmy, I got your cookies. Yeah, aren't you glad we stopped?
Acme, helping make your life easier.
The powerful Nissan Altima. It looks good on the coast. It looks good in the city. It looks good in the country. And with a special lease price of just $219 a month, imagine how good it'll look in your driveway. The stylish Nissan Altima, now $219 a month.
Welcome you back with the answer to this week's trivia question. We asked you, we took you back to that 1980 NLCS. There was just 1 home run hit by both teams over the 5 games. We asked you who hit it, and the answer is the Bull. Greg Luzinski homered in Game 1 at the Vet back in 1980. Phillies Weekly continues.
Change your life now. Get back your confidence, your feeling of freedom. Unsightly hair loss can impose a stigma on your daily life. Only years ago, it would have been impossible to rejuvenate your lifestyle without painful surgery, debilitating drugs, or ineffective treatment products. But now, thanks to cutting-edge technology and credited professionals, it's simple and painless. Revitalize yourself without the nasty side effects. Introducing state-of-the-art laser hair therapy and genetic grafting technology. The Ferrari Hair Center of Philadelphia is unlike any other hair center you have ever visited. We are dedicated to giving you the most natural, exciting head of hair.
Well, thanks to the Ferrari Hair Center and their excellent team, they helped me find a procedure that worked right for me, giving me back that thicker, fuller hair.
I was really impressed with Ferrari.
My hair is thicker, it's stronger, it's fuller. I feel great.
This really is the first day of the rest of your life.
KFC's popcorn chicken is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Big, juicy pieces of all-white breast meat, now with fewer crumbs. Get a party size for just $6.99 or an individual size for just $1.99. New, bigger, better popcorn chicken, only from KFC. Create and direct your own TV commercial. Visit KFC.com.
With new Odor Eaters Plus. Odor Eaters Plus is the only insole with podiatric arch support plus protection on demand against odor and wetness.
Coming up on the King of Queens, an anniversary celebration.
Salsa dancing? That's got Split My Pants written all over it.
Turns into a gambling getaway.
Atlantic City. I'm in.
And all bets are off. Next on the King of Queens.
Monday night at 6 on UPN 57. Welcome back to Veterans Stadium. Pre-game ceremonies are continuing here as the Phillies get set to take on the Braves for the final game here at the Vet. We'd like to thank Harry Callis for being here as a guest today, as well as Mickey Morandini, Hal Bodley stopping by. And I'd certainly like to thank the entire Phillies Weekly crew. Put together a great season of work here, from the producers to the technical crew to everybody concerned. And we thank you also for joining us this season. Coming up now here on UPN 57, the Phillies and the Braves. Enjoy the game, the rest of your day, and enjoy the moments.
Today we take you on a journey. The only thing needed are your memories of Veterans Stadium. Your first impressions might have been of its very first day. Perhaps you came to see its greatest slugger tear the cover off the ball, or its most dominant pitcher reach an unforgettable milestone. You might have been one of the hardy few who hung around to revel in the wee hours of the morning, and then returned a few months later with 60,000 of your friends for a bigger celebration. You might have come recently on a beautiful spring afternoon to witness history in the making. Then stood and watched in wonder as the team's latest and greatest addition endeared himself to his team and his town. Your memories might not even be pleasant ones, but every time your heart aches, there is always a source of ultimate comfort. Wherever your mind's eye takes you, they are images and emotions that will endure for all time. But the setting that served as their companion will soon be no more. Good afternoon and welcome to Veterans Stadium for the final salute, our farewell tribute to the Phillies' home since 1971. The Vet will close its doors after today, and it leaves behind wonderful memories. Today will be devoted to reliving those times, celebrating those who made them happen, and showcasing this grand structure. I'm here in the radio booth where I spent most of my 34 seasons here at Veterans Stadium. And the Vet's going to be missed. It's a building. What's going to be missed? The people that worked here and the players that graced the field donning the uniform of the Fightin' Phils. My special memory, 27 years right here in this booth with the late, great whiteness Richie Ashburn. We had a bond that will be with me for as long as I live. And the memories of Veterans Stadium are going to be with me for as long as I live. Let's go to the TV booth. Chris Wheeler is there with his memories. Wheels?
Well, for me at Veterans Stadium, it started over there in section 334. I was a fan here on April 10th of 1971. And less than 3 months later, I walked into this ballpark as an employee of the Phillies on July the 5th of 71, scared to death, saying, oh, boy, don't mess this up. This is a dream come true. Got a chance to be a member of the Phillies radio and television team all these years. And Veterans Stadium to me is just a very, very special place. Connie Mack Stadium was my youth. I guess Veterans Stadium is where I was lucky enough to make the most wonderful living in the world. Great players here, great people, tremendous ballpark, someplace that I'm personally really, really going to miss, but can't wait to get to Citizens Bank Ballpark. Thank you, Veterans Stadium, and everybody around here and the fans for a dream come true. Larry Anderson has a lot of memories about this place. He spent them right down there in the bullpen. Andy, take it away.
All right, Wheels. Well, for all intents and purposes, this is where my career started in 1983 in the bullpen here at Veterans Stadium. I think about when I came here and joined a team with the likes of Hall of Famers Michael Jack, Steve Carlton, Tony Perez, Joe Morgan. It was a thrill for me to come here to end up in the World Series. And then in 1993, to play with that team, that gang of wackos, the most fun I've ever had. And it was all here at Veterans Stadium. And it's sad for me because it's going to be gone. But the memories will always be here of this wonderful place that I called home for so long. One of my teammates from that 93 team has some memories of his own. Trucker?
Wouldn't it be great to watch Mike Schmidt hit another home run, or Steve Carlton strike out another hitter with a nasty slider, or Larry Boa making the routine play into a routine out, Lenny Dykstra stealing second with a head-first slide, Dave Hollins going first to third with reckless abandon, or Darren Dalton leading a group of degenerates to the 93 pennant. Madonna said it best in song. This used to be our playground, not only for the players who have played here, but also for the fans, the ones who came out, fathers with their sons with their sons. It was always our playground, but we shared it with you, the fans. What are my memories of the Vet? 5.5 years of playing in the greatest baseball town ever, the 1993 pennant, where we got to celebrate with all of you, and 30,000 of my closest friends being able to entertain them. Someone asked me a couple weeks ago, why don't they keep the Vet up? Keep it as a memorial so you players can come in and see it. I said, why? None of my friends will be there. Back to you, Harry.
There is still one game left to be played, and what a pitching matchup for the final game at Veterans Stadium. Greg Maddux, who broke Cy Young's record by winning his 15th game in 16 straight seasons, opposed by Kevin Millwood, who will try to beat his former team for the first time. When we return, the ball game in a day-long tribute to Veterans Stadium on this, the final salute. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Budweiser. The best things in life are the things that are true. Budweiser. By Citizens Bank, not your typical bank. By your local Toyota dealers. Get the feeling, Toyota. And by Independence Blue Cross. You deserve it.
There's a long drive. This Colonial Volkswagen is out of here. With these home run deals, it's hard to keep them in stock. Own a brand new Jetta from just $98.90. That's a steal. How about this Colonial Volkswagen Passat from just $13,990? Another steal. Save on acres of Volkswagen certified pre-owned vehicles.
If you can't make it, you can't make a deal with anybody.
Colonial's sizzling sales event. Now, drivers want it.
Colonial Volkswagen. It's what you want, what you need, everything you ever dreamed. Blue sea, blue sky, spread your wings and fly. It's where you wanna go, it's where you wanna be. The good, Tampa Bay, and everything else.
St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Florida's beach.
Grilled steak, sauteed onions, and American cheese on a hoagie roll. The new authentic Philly cheesesteak at McDonald's. Yep, McDonald's.
And we're back at Veterans Stadium, where the Phillies have taken the field for the final time at the Old Vet. Lineup cards being exchanged at home plate, and there's Shag Crawford, who umpired the first game behind the plate here at Veterans Stadium in 1971. And fittingly, his son Jerry, the crew chief of this umpiring crew, will have the dish today. Larry Bowen, Bobby Cox exchanging the line jumps, and
Former Phil's manager Dallas Green, Danny Ozark there also for the lineup exchange. And of course, next year will be in Citizens Bank Park. Brand new state-of-the-art stadium next year. But there will be a lot of fond memories here from Old Veterans Stadium. Yes, thank you for the memories of the vet. Phillies have taken the field for this last game, and let's check out Bobby Cox's starting lineup. Cox, incidentally, will be playing the Chicago Cubs in the first round of the playoffs. His starting lineup will have Rafael Furcal at shortstop leading off. Marcus Giles, second base, bats second. Gary Sheffield, right field, hitting third. Chipper Jones, left field, bats fourth. Andrew Jones, center field, hitting fifth. Javi Lopez catching, batting sixth. Robert Pickett, first base, hit seventh. Mark DeRosa, the third baseman, batting eighth. Greg Maddux will pitch and hit ninth, and that lineup is facing Phillies' Kevin Millwood.
Kevin Millwood is going to try for the first time this year to beat his former team. He's had 3 starts against him, has not won a game. 14-11 overall, ERA under 4. Getting him a lot of innings, 218 of them, less than 200 hits. He's only walked 67 and struck out 166.
Millwood has not beaten these Braves, his former team. He is 0-3 against Atlanta this year, having lost to Russ Ortiz 6-1 at the vet. Again to Ortiz 5-3 at Turner, and again to Ortiz 6-4 at Turner Field. So he'd like to go out with a winning note here against his former team. Sold out crowd here at Veterans Stadium on the final day of the vet. After the game, we will have closing ceremonies at Veterans Stadium, which we will carry for you live here on UPN 57 right after the game. The closing ceremonies will take place. And Rafael Furcal stands in to lead off. He's hitting at .294. Fourth in the league in hits, third in the league in runs scored. One strike to Rafael Furcal. You can see the flash bulbs going out on the first pitch of this final game.
Yep. Sure, we'll see a lot of more flashes going off.
It was a strike. 2 quick strikes to Furcal. Question, L.A. Furcal has had an outstanding leadoff year for Atlanta. Who's the best leadoff man in the league, this guy or Juan Pierre?
Boy, that's a tough call. Both of them are so important to their ball club.
Called third strike, struck him right out of there. So Kevin Millwood, eschewing the whiteness jinx, has struck out the leadoff man.
A perfect 0-2 pitch, the fastball, a tailing fastball, inside corner, right on the black. A perfect pitch. Millwood 12-5 here at the vet in 24 starts with a sparkling ERA of under 3.
There's Marcus Giles. He's hitting at .318, the 7th leading hitter in the league. Good breaking ball. 1 strike to Marcus Giles. Birthday wishes to Patricia Lehman in Elmer, New Jersey, from husband Bernie and from us. Belatedly to Gene Ringer. Celebrate his 53rd Thursday from wife Terry, daughter Brenda, and from us to Gene Ringer.
Well, a good curveball by Kevin Millwood. Really has Giles fooled.
Phillies have already won the season series against the Atlanta Braves. The Phillies are 10-8 against the Braves this year.
First time since 1991 that they have won a season series from the Braves. 10 wins and 8 losses. They've out-hit them, outscored them.
And out-pitched them probably for the first time in 10 years.
Really.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Larry Bow is sure to finish at least 10 games over 500.
Struck him right on out of there. Could this be Ron Mechie revisited? 2 hitters, 2 strikeouts for Kevin Millwood, and that'll bring on Gary Sheffield.
I think a lot of the fans here, as you see this fastball by Millwood, right on by Marcus Giles, but a lot of the fans here just looking around and taking it all in, and memories that they've had, games they've seen here, heartbreaks and thrills.
1 strike to Sheffield. He's hitting at .329. He's the 5th leading hitter in the league. One of the toughest hitters in the league to strike out. 4th in the league in runs, tied for 2nd in RBIs. 2nd in road batting average. 6th in on-base percentage. 5th in slugging percentage. Other than that, he hasn't had a very good year. He's thrown out, and Millwood has a quick 1-2-3 inning. No runs, hits, errors, and none left. After 1/2, Braves nothing. Bills coming to bat.
To my oldest son, I leave the chateau on the French Riviera. To my only daughter, the Manhattan penthouse. To my youngest son, I bequeath 150 acres of uninhabitable swampland.
Terrible.
Yes! With its amazing four-wheel drive capabilities, Jeep Grand Cherokee can make even the most unappealing terrain a lot more desirable. Check one out today.
When you think about the most important moments in your life, what were you wearing? Every man should own at least one suit. We invite you to buy yours from us.
100% wool suits, starting at $200.
You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Men's Warehouse. To contact the store nearest you, call 1-800-776-SUIT.
Score in the top of the first. Larry Bowa's starting lineup for the Phils. Well, brought to you by Budweiser. Marlon Byrd in center field leads off. Jimmy Rollins shortstop bats second. Bobby Abreu right field hitting third. Jim Thome first base bats fourth. Mike Lieberthal catching hitting fifth. Pat Burrell left field bats sixth. Chase Utley second base hitting seventh. Tomas Perez at third base bats eighth. Kevin Millwood the pitcher hitting ninth. Facing the veteran Greg Maddux.
Greg Maddux, 35 starts, 15 wins this year, which is important. 3.97 ERA, a lot of innings, a few more hits, only 33 walks and 213 in the third innings, 122 strikeouts.
1.4 walks per nine. That is tops in the National League, and he surpassed Cy Young by winning his 15th game in his last start. 16 consecutive seasons with 15 or more wins.
That is absolutely a phenomenal record.
288 lifetime wins.
And to think he did it, I mean, he did it with a ball club, Atlanta Braves, a lot of that with Atlanta Braves ball club that was not known for his offense. Unlike this year where they are known for their offense, leading the league in a number of departments.
Marlon Byrd leads it off, hitting at 301, bounced up the middle. That's going to be a base hit to center field. So Marlon Byrd has pretty well assured himself of hitting 300 this year. He came in hitting 301. Joining us this afternoon throughout the day from WIP will be Anthony Gargano. Anthony, how you doing?
Hey, Harry. It's an honor to be here on this last day. A sad day, Harry. My whole childhood was spent here.
All right, Anthony. It's great to have you with us, and there will be many fond memories of Veterans Stadium.
I'm going to cry, Harry.
I hear you. Here is J. Roll. J. Roll hitting at 264. Maddux has not fared well against the Phillies this year. The Phillies have beaten him 3 times. 3 of his 11 losses have come to the Phils, and his ERA this year against the Phillies, 9.45.
He's given up
on Maddox-like numbers.
21 earned runs in 20 innings. lifetime, 12-8 against them.
Lost to Padilla 16-2 at Veterans, 16-2 at Veterans Stadium. To Padilla, Turner 8-1. And to Myers at Turner 8-3. A pitch out and nothing is on. 1-0 the count to J-Roll.
It's a lifetime 12-8 against the Phillies at the Vet. Overall, 27-17.
There goes Bird. Called strike. The throw sails, stolen base. Marlon Bird, number 11 for Bird.
That's one thing you can do against Greg Maddux. You can run. He is not adept at holding base runners, and Marlon Bird with a good jump. Javi Lopez, another, I shouldn't say surprise. Bobby Cox has said he wants Lopez's bat in the lineup in the playoffs. Henry Blanco is usually Maddox's catcher, but he's now, in the last few starts, thrown to Lopez.
Well, with Lopez in the lineup, you've got a guy that is the all-time leading catcher hitting home runs in a season. He broke Todd Hundley's record of 41 when he hit his 43rd. One of them was a pinch hitter, so he's hit 42 as a catcher.
Yeah, you don't want to lose a
Blanco. You're hitting basically at the Mendoza line.
Right. 109 RBIs also for Lopez.
Maddox wanted that one, didn't get it from Jerry Crawford. 2-2 the count to Jimmy Rollins. Birthday wishes to Joey Contino watching the game from Dad Michael, who is here at Veterans Stadium, from Grandmom and Grandpop, and from us to Joey Contino. Ground ball first base. That's going to move the runner. Frick has trouble with it, but makes the unassisted put out. But that moves Bird to third base. Well, with one out, it will bring up Bobby Abreu, who's looking for his 100th RBI.
Big RBI yesterday for Bobby Abreu on his double in the gap that ties the game. Jimmy Rollins comes in to score. The Braves need to win today to assure themselves of home field advantage. If they were to lose and the Giants win, the Giants would have home field advantage. A game that the Giants have to make up, or were supposed to make up tomorrow, will not be made up.
I'm not sure Dusty Baker wants to, or rather Felipe Alou wants to make that game up anyhow.
No.
In New York, if the Giants do have to make up that game, I think Felipe is sending all minor leaguers to New York.
It's not going to be made up. They've already decided that it will not be made up.
Be made up?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why Bobby Cox was saying before the game that, you know, he said, we need to win this game. He said, obviously, he wants rather have 4 games at his park than the opponent's park.
One strike to Abreu. He's a lifetime .333 hitter against Maddox. And Bobby is 6th in the league in hitting with runners in scoring position, hitting .359 with runners in scoring position.
The Braves back in the infield, with the exception of DeRosa at third. Bobby needs to put the ball in play. A ground ball up the middle to the middle infielder will get him that 100th RBI.
This is an off-speed pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Curveball from Greg Maddux. Birthday wishes to Pearson Squibb of Birdsboro, who celebrated his 101st on Wednesday. Just from Ruth, Helen, and June. That should get the run home. Abreu knocks in his 100th run of the year as the Phillies take a 1-0 lead here in the first inning.
Talk about a manufactured run, a base hit up the middle to lead it off, a stolen base. Jimmy Rollins does a good job of getting him to third. And
look at this reception for Jim Thome.
No question.
Look at this reception for Jim Thome, the National League leader in home runs, 47, second in RBIs.
It's tough not to stand up and clap for the big man, really.
to Michael Jack Schmidt before the game. I said, Michael, your home run record's in jeopardy here this afternoon. He said he'll hit one the first time up. Schmidt holds the Phillies record with 48 homers in 1980. Thome with 47 of them. 1 ball and 1 strike. Does not have Maddox in his book. He is 2 for 12 lifetime against Greg Maddox. Maddox, one of the few pitchers he doesn't have in his book. 2 balls and a strike.
Now this is how he got it close. First pitch off of Mike Hampton, a fastball, and he drills it into the right field seats. And then off of Canane later in the game, his second home run. He has been something.
Missing inside, 3-1 to Thome.
MVP Thome.
Ooh, look out, Tony Scott. I'll tell you, as a coach, that's why Tony Scott still stands well behind that first base coaching box with Thome up there.
Even Vukovich at third base the other way is way back.
It is a full count to Jim Thome. Bounced up the middle, and Greg Maddox, who fields his position with the best of them, makes the play. But the Phillies are on the board, scoring a run on 1 hit. No errors and none left after 1. Phils 1, Braves nothing.
The Hyundai Santa Fe, a comparison. More standard features than a Ford Escape XLS, all for over $1,300 less when comfortably equipped. And only the Santa Fe is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Santa Fe, nicely equipped for just $17,044 at your Hyundai dealer. Hurry into the Hyundai winning season clearance and get $1,000 cash back or 0% APR through September 30th.
At Philip Morris USA, we understand that people want to know what actions we're taking on important tobacco issues. We'd like to show you some of what we're doing. We've voluntarily removed our ads from the back covers of all magazines and significantly reduced our magazine advertising. And we continue to be the major sponsor of the We Card program that trains clerks to check for ID to help prevent kids from buying cigarettes. To date, over 900,000 We Card training and resource kits have been distributed to retailers nationwide. And on our website, you can access the Parent Resource Center that offers practical information and advice from experts on how parents can talk to their kids about not smoking. You'll also find information on the serious health effects of smoking and links to sites that can help smokers quit. For more information, visit philipmorrisusa.com or call for a printed copy of excerpts from our website.
KFC's popcorn chicken is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Big, juicy pieces of all-white breast meat, now with fewer crumbs. Get a party size for just $6.99 or an individual size for just $1.99. New, bigger, better popcorn chicken, only from KFC.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority. The Phillies may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Phillies. Final game at Veterans Stadium. It's time to start thinking about Citizens Bank Park, the state-of-the-art element baseball and entertainment experience. Real grass and dirt, close seating for all fans. It's going to be a great venue for Phillies baseball. For information on 2004 premium or season tickets, call 215-463-5000. Mike, leading off for the Atlanta Braves here in the second will be Chipper Jones. 1 ball and no strikes to Chipper. 106 RBIs, tied for 9th in the league in runs batted in. He's 10th in the league in on-base percentage. And he hits one in the hole, a base hit to right field. So Chipper is now 5 for 8 off his hunting buddy, Kevin Millwood. Well, standing by outside Veterans Stadium is Ron Burke, our Comcast Sportsnet colleague and the host of Phillies Weekly. Ron, how you doing? How's it look out there?
Hey, it looks good out here, Harry. The ticket takers are staying busy, which is a good thing. Fans are continuing to come in, and I expect they'll be doing that over the course of the next few innings at least, as everybody wants to get a piece of this great moment in Vet Stadium history. So fans are still coming in, but what we'll be doing over the course of this game is taking you from the Vet, essentially, in a figurative way, to the new Citizens Bank Park, which when you stand here on the concourse looks a lot closer than it does when you're far away from the new structure. It'd probably be a good Jim Thome blast and then some, maybe a little bit more than that, to get you from this location here to there, but it simply looks like an extension of this parking lot. It's a beautiful building, and coming up a little later on during the game, I'll be taking you beyond those walls, inside Citizens Bank Park, as we get a look at what the Phillies have to look forward to in April 2004. One thing you have to remember is your gear. I got my hard hat ready, and we'll be bringing you that a little later on. Harry?
All right, thank you, Ron. As Andrew Jones has followed Chipper with a base hit, and the Braves have their first two men on base here in the second inning for Javi Lopez. Javi hitting at .327, 43 homers, 109 RBIs. Against the guy that he formerly caught, Kevin Millwood, he's 3 for 8 with 2 home runs. 18th anniversary wishes of Sal and Kathy Cirilani of Havertown, from Dom and Lena Canali, and from us to Sal and Kathy Cirilani. One strike to Javi. Ground ball, fair ball, nice grab. Tomas, only one play, no chance. Infield single, Javi Lopez.
Well, he's so close to being a double play. If it's maybe a foot closer to Tomas and he doesn't have to dive, but he makes a nice play, does Tomas, down the line, knocks this ball down, catches it, and just does what he can to get it over there. Javi got down that line pretty good. Thome keeps the ball in front of him, so Chipper not allowed to advance. The base is loaded.
Well, Robert Fick, who's hitting at .266. Good career numbers against Millwood, 5 for 12, 1 strike to him. 43rd birthday wishes to Linda Sherman Durrell, from Mom, Dad, and from us to Linda Sherman Durrell. And this September 28th. We'd like to send our very best to Isabel McKee. Hope Isabel's feeling better real soon, which is from husband Jack, and from us to Isabel. Fly ball left field. That's going to get a run home. Burrow makes the catch. Tagging and scoring is Chipper Jones. No play at the plate. The throw comes in the third. And it's the 1-1 game on the sac fly by Robert Fick. Andrew holds at second base, and Javi Lopez at first, and the batter will be Mark DeRosa. DeRosa hitting at .260. Here's a last-minute insertion in Bobby Cox's lineup, replacing Vinny Castilla. Castilla has a bruised middle finger on the right hand. Vinny's well for the opening of the playoffs, and these Braves will open the playoffs on Tuesday against the Chicago Cubs.
And DeRosa in yesterday's game took a rare caller against the Phillies at an 0 for 5. He has hit the Phillies pretty well in his couple of years with the Braves.
Ida Sparks celebrating a 100th birthday on this September 28th. Happy 100th, Ida. The ball's in a strike to DeRosa. Pops the foul, out of play. 2-2 the count to DeRosa. Frank Campanero celebrating a birthday. He was a bat boy in the 50s for the Philadelphia Whiz Kids. Andrew Jones is second. Javi Lopez at first with one out. Breaking ball misses, a full count. Leo Mellon celebrating his 73rd birthday in Fox Chase, Pennsylvania. Time's a foul. We'll pause for station identification on the Phil's Television Network.
You're watching UPN 57 WPSG TV in Philadelphia.
Full count to Mark DeRosa with a run across, 2 men on base, 1 out. Line drive, base hit, center field. Throw it out in a hurry, and the runner's going to hold at third base. Tomey saves that ball from going toward the Phillies dugout, and the bases are loaded.
The ball hit too hard. Andrew Jones, when the ball was hit, looked back to make sure that Marlon Byrd wasn't going to have a chance to catch it. Marlon Byrd gets on in a hurry, but threw it very wide of the mound. Jim Tomey makes a nice play. You see Andrew hesitates just a second. No chance to score on the hard hit ball.
Now they'll bring on Greg Maddux. He's hitting at 152. One strike to Maddux. 87th birthday wishes to Florence Leisner of Northeast Philly. Florence wishes from her family. She attended the last game at Connie Mack, the first game here at the Vet. Florence celebrating her 87th right here in the last game at Veterans Stadium. 0-2 the count to Maddux. And 2 strikes. 83rd birthday wishes to Sarah Erdbrink of Audubon Park, longtime Phillies fan. From her family, grandson, great-grandsons, and great-great-grandsons, all of whom are here at the Vet for this final game at Veterans Stadium. Miles it back off into the upper deck. 1-2 the count to Maddux.
A lot of cameras out. Everybody wants to show that they were here for the last game.
And a sold-out house here at Veterans Stadium for the final game. Maddux trying to bunt for a base hit, bunting foul, so he was a strikeout victim. Maddux trying to use a little trickery here, and it failed, Greg. 2 down, and it'll bring on Rafael Furcal.
See him 2 strikes. He just tried to get that bat out and push it down that third baseline for a base hit. Tomas was back behind the bag.
And here's Furcal. He was called out on strikes his first time up. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 1 run in, 1-1 game here in the second. 1 strike to Furcal. 80th birthday wishes to Beatrice Becker of Yardley. Beatrice, 80 years young, wishes from her family and from us. Field, Bobby Abreu there. That'll retire the side. Braves tied with a run in the inning. Could have been worse. They had 4 hits, no errors, and leave the bases loaded. We go to the bottom of the second. Phil's 1, Atlanta 1.
any way you want it. That's the way you'll get your new Focus. Your Quality Plus Ford dealers are bringing you one of Car and Driver's 10 best. Ford Focus with up to $3,000 cash back or 0% financing for 6 years. Plus, get a 5-year, 100,000-mile extended service plan. Focus with up to $3,000 cash back or 0% financing for 6 years. Never before has there been a deal like this. These deals end September 30th. See your Quality Plus Ford dealers now.
What's up, man? Carson Daly. I'm going backstage to see the band.
Not on the list.
Yeah, cute.
Said no. Oh, what up, dog? Yeah. Go on, player.
Me too. We're with him. AOL Inside gets you behind the scenes with Hillary Duff and Michelle Branch. Go to inside.aol.com and add them to your buddy list today. Life needs connections.
Well, that's the last of it.
The original rugged Nissan Pathfinder. And coming soon, the new full-size Pathfinder Armada. Two Pathfinders, countless adventures.
After 1.5 innings of play, Phil's won and Atlanta won. Tomorrow at 7 on UPN 57. Doug and Carrie's perfect life goes up in flames when her father moves in on the King of Queens. Tomorrow night at 7 on UPN 57. Well, Veterans Stadium, the concession stands in 1971, the first year of this ballpark.
Probably looked a little different.
They look like this. Concession stands in 71, and Anthony Gargano is with a couple of concessionaires here at Veterans Stadium. Anthony.
Hey, Harry. Now, this is the food that we've been eating at the vet for so long. And these are the gals that have served us. Meet Josephine.
I've seen this place go up, and I'm going to see this place go down. I'm working 33 years here.
And here's Mary.
And I've been here 25 years, and all my family work here. And we've been happy all the time we've been here.
I'm in good hands, Harry.
Anthony, you're really in good hands. And those are the great people behind the scenes that have made this place such a beautiful, beautiful venue for Phillies baseball. People like those two lovely ladies, Anthony.
That's exactly right, Harry. I'm going to have a hot dog.
Anthony got to send some of that food up this way.
You got it, L.A.
There was a nice play by Mark DeRosa. He looked like Vinny Castilla on that play. He was played a brilliant third base. And here is Pat Burrell. Burrell hitting at 207. You'd have to think that Mark DeRosa saw some games here at the vet as a kid, being a Penn Quaker, and Pat Burrell going to try to leg it to second, and he's going to make it to second base. A double for Pat Burrell.
Got out in front of a breaking ball from Maddox. A little bit off the end of the bat, but just over the head of a leaping DeRosa. 31st double of the season for Burrell. And he goes hard right out of the blocks. You see DeRosa just about 6 inches short of it, down into the corner. Chipper cuts it off and makes a strong throw to second. And Burrell in just ahead of the tag.
One thing's certain, those balls aren't going to get back to the fence against Chipper unless they hit the fence. He plays as deep a left field as any left fielder in the league.
I mean, with a left-handed hitter up there like Utley, more of a singles-type hitter, and look how deep Chipper is.
Really? Plays deep for everybody. It's about 10 feet in front of the warning track. 1 ball and no strikes to Chase Utley. He's hitting at 244. One strike. on to Chase Utley with Tomas Perez waiting on deck. Bounce to second base. Giles will take care of Chase Utley. Moving up to third is Burrow. Well, on this date, September 28th, back in 1958, my late great partner, L.A., His Whiteness had 3 hits at Pittsburgh to assure himself of the batting crown back in 1958 when he hit .350 and edged out who else but Willie Howard Mays for the batting crown.
.350.
He stayed in 1958. And thanks to Skip Memory Lane Clayton for that information about Whiteness. 1 ball and no strikes to Tomas Perez. Yeah, he sure is. He sure is. Two 2-0 to Tomas Perez. 1-1 game here in the bottom of the second.
There's the number 1.
And he certainly will be with us in the new ballpark. Ashburn Alley in the new ballpark as Tomas Perez is thrown out and the Phillies are down here in the second. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 left. We move to the third. Phil's 1, Braves 1.
Haven't you always wanted to own a piece of Vet Stadium? It's like owning a piece of history. It's like owning a piece of my soul. And now you can by purchasing a pair of authentic, vintage Vet Stadium seats. Each pair of seats comes with its own certificate of authenticity, and each carries the unique patina that can only come with the passage of time. Mustard.
Vet Stadium seats are on sale now. Call 215-463-1000 or visit Phillies.com.
Clearance time on the biggest selection of Toyota cars. There's still time to get amazing clearance values on the always stylish, always surprising 2003 Camry. Your choice, $1,000 cash back or 0% APR. And make the time to check out the sleek and sexy Solara. Toyota time. The time is now.
Why the Webbers should choose us for local phone service. Let me tell you a little bit about our sales team. Here's a puppy wuppy dog for the kids. There's Larry, Bernice, see. Oops, this is such a lovely lawn. They care about you. You over there, the neighbors, we only come around once every couple of hours.
The best part about Pennsylvania phone competition? It's your choice.
The Webbers. I think you see the earnestness in my eyes.
Time now for the Dodge Stumper Fans Trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. If you're the first to correctly answer, you'll win a Phillies prize pack. Please submit your answer in the subject area. Leave your name and address to receive your prize. Today's Dodge Stumper Fans Trivia quiz. What's the Phillies' all-time record at Veterans Stadium heading into this final game at the Vet? The answering winner will be revealed in the 7th inning. And if you're looking for memories of the Vet and your own keepsake from Veterans Stadium, on sale now. Vet Stadium seats complete with mounting brackets sold in pairs for $280. For information, call 215-463-1000 or online at Phillies.com. Marcus Giles lofts the ball to deep right, but Bobby Abreu is out there in front of the warning track. 1 out on 1 pitch. And it'll bring up Gary Sheffield. He grounded to short his first time up. 3rd inning, 1-1 game.
Not a whole lot of scoreboard watching to do today.
Now everything is settled in Major League Baseball. The playoffs will pit in the American League, Minnesota against the New York Yankees. Boston against Oakland. Popped him up. Mike Lieberthal. Crossed it. Where was Pete Rose when he needed it?
You know what? That was almost the identical play. Tommy was coming in and kind of slowed down a little bit. You see, Lieberth, I think, was a little leery of getting too close to that top step. Puts his glove down, and it looked like the last second he might have just taken his eye off it. But that does. It looked like Booney going over there, just waiting for Pete to come up with it. Here's the play.
There it is.
Pops out, and there's Pete.
Lieberthal is going to get an error on the play. 1 ball and 1 strike to Sheffield. Rounded up the middle. Oh, what a year Sheffield's having. He is the 1-out base runner for Chipper Jones.
There's Bob Boone over in front of the dugout. And Pete Rose there to make the catch. Lieberthal in front of the dugout. No Pete.
Here's Chipper Jones. Chipper singled and scored the Braves run his first time up. 1 strike to Chipper Jones. National League playoffs will have these Braves against the Chicago Cubs and the Florida Marlins in San Francisco. It's going to be great for Skip Carey, the fine broadcaster for the Atlanta Braves. There's a high fly ball into center field. Marlon Byrd has it lined up. Chipper's retired for out number 2. Skip will be reunited with his son Chip, who does the Cubs games. And of course, the great Harry Carey will be looking down on him from above. Here's Andrew Jones. He singled his first time up. And missed by much. 1 ball and no strikes to Andrew Jones. The count to Andrew Jones. Chopped foul, a ball and 2 strikes. First base, Gary Sheffield with 2 outs. Off in the air to right center. Bobby Abreu has it lined up. He makes the running catch. No runs, a hit, an error, and 1 left. Coming back, we will visit the PA booth where Dan Baker, the great PA announcer, Paul Richardson and company hold forth, and we'll go to the bottom of the 3rd, 1-1.
Sauteed onions and American cheese on a hoagie roll. The new authentic Philly cheesesteak at McDonald's. Yep, McDonald's.
Month at your Dodge dealers. It's your chance to make 0 down payment, 0 payments for 6 months, and get 0% APR financing or cash allowances up to $5,250, which includes $750 for military personnel. Plus, get Dodge's 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Zero in on all the savings during September clearance month, now through September 30th. See your Dodge dealer for the best values in America.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Budweiser. The best things in life are the things that are true. Budweiser. And by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Well, let's go inside Citizens Bank Park. Coming up nicely, that'll be the Phillies venue for 2004. It's going to be a state-of-the-art ballpark. Grass and dirt field. Great seating for all fans for Phillies baseball.
Some great memories here at Veterans Stadium. Next year, start making some new memories at Citizens Bank Park.
Here's Kevin Millwood to lead off for the Phils in a 1-1 game. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kevin Millwood. Having a 1 to Kevin. Ball game. Coming into the count to Kevin Millwood.
Happy birthday today to Suzanne Hack, the mother of a couple of Veterans Stadium cameramen, Marty and Mike Miller. Happy birthday, Suzanne.
Wonderful job she did in raising those boys. Mike and Marty, 1 down. Anthony Gargano is with us today, and he is now in the PA booth. Anthony.
Hey, Harry. I'm here in the PA booth with one of our legends.
Anthony, how are you?
Oh, Dan, it's great to see you. What are you going to miss most about this place?
Well, the memories. I met my wife here. My children, Darren and Courtney, worked here. The Phillies won a World Championship here. 2 All-Star games, 3 World Series, about a half a dozen League Championship Series. I'm waiting for more of the same over at Citizens Bank Park.
Here you go, but this is a special place for you. I know it is.
Absolutely, as it is for all Philadelphians. Great Phillies memories, great Eagles memories at Philadelphia Veterans Stadium.
Thanks, Harry.
All right, thank you, Anthony, with Phillies' great PA announcer, Dan Baker, who really does a tremendous job here.
It's going to be funny to not hearing Dan Baker's voice at Veterans Stadium, hearing it at Citizens Bank. I mean, you come in here and every announcement you hear, you recognize that voice of being Veterans Stadium voice.
Has fallen behind Marlon Byrd, who singled and scored the Phillies' run his first time up. Stole a base. Three balls and a strike.
They're walking around this morning, out in the bullpen, in the clubhouse, back in the ground crew room, and just visualizing things and the memories we've had.
Chopped over the head of DeRosa. Another hit for Byrd. Is he going to try for 2? Nope. And let's pick up the Phillies fine PA announcer, Dan Baker.
Phillies shortstop Jimmy Rollins.
Great job he's done over the years. Here's J-Roll, grounded out his first time up. Byrd stole second in the first inning, leading to the Phillies' run. Alex is going to keep an eye on him. To Jimmy Rollins. Byrd at first base with 1 out. bats back. Marlin's stolen base was his 11th this year. He's only been thrown out one time. The runner. And that saved, it hit Fick first and then hit the runner, and that saved a hit when Marlon Byrd was hit by the ball. They get Jimmy Rollins at first base.
Marlon tries to jump. He would have been over the ball had Fick not deflected it. As it was, Fick does a nice job recovering after it deflects off of Marlon Byrd. Now, they would have had a first and third.
Bobby Abreu knocked in the Phillies' run with a ground out. It was his 100th RBI. And the boxes it to bunt. 1 ball and no strikes to Abreu. So Abreu has knocked in 100. He needs to score one more to score 100. And putting good numbers on the board, 8th in the league in on-base percentage. 2-0. One game here in the bottom of the third. Two balls and a strike. The playoff team's already decided. The only scoreboard watching, I guess, will involve those Detroit Tigers.
They just tied it up. They were down 2-1.
They're trying to avert their 120th loss this year, which would tie that infamous 62 New York Mets team for the most losses in baseball history. Base hit center field. Bird rounding third. Andruw Jones throw. Not in time. Abreu knocks in his 101st, and the Phillies take a 2-1 lead.
Bobby Abreu comes into the game at .299 with 99 RBIs. They should go over 300 now on it. 1 for 2 and 101 RBIs. Strong throw by Andrew, but Marlon Byrd a good jump off the base hit.
And it'll bring on Jim Thome. He grounded back to the mound his first time up. Bills take a 2-1 lead here in the third. 1-0 to Thome.
It's amazing. You can hear Maddox upset with himself, yelling at himself. I mean, this guy is a perfectionist. And you just about have to be to do what he's done of 16 straight years of 15 or more wins.
Two balls and no strikes to Jim Thome. Two balls and a strike to Jim Thome. With a 2-0 changeup.
Yep. And that's what he can do. I mean, he can throw any pitch, his repertoire, any time in a count.
Yeah, you can't sit on a fastball, certainly. 2-2 to Thome.
When you talk about an artist in any form, Mike Maddox, or Greg Maddux, is an artist with that baseball. He can paint, he can make the ball do just about anything he wants it to do, and throw it just about anywhere he wants to throw it on any given pitch.
Wild pitch. Abreu moves up to second base. So Maddox corks a wild pitch.
Javi Lopez goes down to block it. Gets that glove down, but it just rolls up his glove and off his shoulder. Skims away from him. Bobby down to second.
Only the third wild pitch this year for Maddox. So Abreu in scoring position. It is a full count to Jim Thome. Struck him out and then retired to side. But the Phils take the lead with a run in the inning on 2 hits, no errors, leaving 1. Chris Wheeler and John Kruk come your way in the 4th at the end of 3. 2-1 Phillies.
This is it, your last chance. Now during the September clearance at your Chrysler dealer. One last chance to get a 2003 Chrysler at great savings, like nothing down. No payments for 6 months and no interest financing. Or choose up to $4,250 in cash allowances, which includes an extra $750 for military personnel. Plus, get our transferable 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. This could be your last chance to zero in on these savings. So let us prove we've got the best values in America. See your Chrysler dealer today.
Well, my old bank had branches that were open 7 days a week. It had them in Jenkintown, in Abington, in Willow Grove, which is great if you live in Jenkintown, in Abington, in Willow Grove. I live in Glenside.
Close your eyes while we change into something more comfortable. Hey, you peeked. The redesigned 2004 Nissan Sentra with a great lease price of only $159 a month. Available at your Nissan dealer now.
Back at Veterans Stadium, a 2-1 ball game. The Phillies lead this one, and everybody's asking me this all day. What are you feeling right now?
You know, I'm a little sadder than I thought I would. You know, you hate to see this place come down, but then again, you're the excitement of a new ballpark. But you know, they play 162 games, and this is one of the last one on the schedule. They got to play it, and here we are with the Phillies taking the lead.
Yeah, and it's a good ball game, as you thought it might be, with Millwood and Maddox out there and moving right along as we go to the 4th inning. Phil's with a 2-1 lead. And boy, they played a fundamental game in the first 3 innings that Larry Baugh has to say, would you please do this from the start next year? Jimmy Rollins pulling a couple balls the way that he wants him to. Like, let this just go over to next year. Javi Lopez fouls one off into the press box, right side.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier, too, when your leadoff hitter's on base twice.
Right.
The first 2 at-bats.
And you have that hole to shoot at. Has an infield base hit down the third baseline. Nice play by Tomas Perez. What a year this guy's had. 43 homers, 42 as a catcher. A new record, breaking Todd Hundley's record of 41. And Javi takes it on the outside corner of strike. It'll be Lopez, Fick, DeRosa, and then Greg Maddux due to bat 4th. He's going to be the 3rd pitcher in the playoffs for the Braves, so nobody up in their bullpen as Hampton just went a couple innings yesterday.
Well, and the 3rd game will be his regular turn in the rotation, 4 days rest. But throw Mad Dog out there for a few more innings.
Yeah. Lopez rips one to right field. This will go to the wall. Bobby Abreu on one hop. He might have a play, and just in at second base with a double is Lopez, Javi's 29th of the year. Well, our man around the vet today, Anthony Gargano's over there with a guy we affectionately called the Maestro for a lot of years. Paul Richardson. Anthony, go ahead.
Hey, Wheels, how you doing? I am here with the Maestro, Paul Richardson, the man responsible for the great sounds of Veterans Stadium.
The world's oldest child prodigy. I've been here since Connie Mack, you know. Hey, listen, to me, this is the new ballpark, you know. Hey, I came here in 1970, Connie Mack, and we moved over here in 71. And listen, I don't get to hear you all the time. You're going too early in the morning for me. We're night people over here, man.
Well, you know, you crazy musicians. That's all about you.
Well, and I've been here till 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. You know that, don't you? And my job is, I'm supposed to play Goodnight Sweetheart at the end of the game, baby. That's...
Goodnight Sweetheart from Paul.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wheels.
All right, Andy. There is Paul Richardson over there, who also had a stint as the organist at Yankee Stadium. There's a base hit by Robert Fick, so the Braves coming right back, and Marlin, he can't quite find Jim Thome, can he, in the middle of the diamond today, Johnny? You've been there in that situation.
Yeah, he's cut one. He's that one there was a screwball. I mean, he's got all his pitches working.
That's Paul Richardson.
Oh man,
when he was
back when you guys were teenagers,
right? Well, I started out working in the booth right next to him in the old scoreboard room over there with Denny Lehman, and one of my jobs was to yell, "Hold it!" when we had to make a PA announcement. So he got sick of hearing that over the years. There's Paul in the early days.
Quite the snappy dresser back then, wasn't he?
Really? Well, he's going to do a wedding right after that. Runners at the corners and nobody out for Mark DeRosa. Got a base hit his first time up. That's a swing, says Jerry Crawford. Oh, man. That hit DeRosa. But I think, didn't Jerry say he swung, or was it a foul?
I think he did commit to the swing, and I could hit him in the right hand.
That's the last thing they need to do right now, is to lose a valuable player like Mark DeRosa in the last game of the regular season. And now Jerry and Bobby Cox are talking about it right now, and Coxey's got his player down on the ground, but I'm sure he called this a swing.
I mean, his bottom hand came off the bat, and he went across home plate. That's a tough swing to call for a home plate umpire, but there you see it. It hit him right in the, looks like right in the meat part of his right hand.
Oh, boy.
There's not, well, we say the meat part of the right hand. There's not much meat on a hand. Well, unless, of course, they're mine, but...
That's where you can really break a hand, too, on a play like that. Now, Bobby Cox might be bringing a pinch runner out for DeRosa.
Or pinch hitter.
Or pinch hitter, I mean, yeah, because, they did call that a strike. They're not going to appeal to Honora at first base either, it would appear. That's Garcia. Jesse Garcia, I believe, going to come out. And Mark DeRosa is going to have to go get that hand iced up. And Garcia is going to inherit an 0-1 count.
And that's the fear of this time of year when the team has clinched their division and, playing out the string of games, and just, Bobby Cox sits down there and hopes and prays that no one gets hurt. And, yesterday he lost Darren Holmes to a rotator cuff injury, and Ray King had to leave the game with what Bobby told me before the game was just a knot in his shoulder.
Yep.
He should be fine, but, now possibly they could lose Mark DeRosa as a valuable backup player. That's not the way Bobby envisioned coming to Philadelphia to finish the season.
No. Well, here comes Jesse Garcia off the bench. Gives us a chance to send best wishes along for a speedy recovery to Stan Cullen, recuperating from bypass surgery. You see, Bobby doesn't want to yell at Jerry Crawford today. I mean, this is one of those days where you just want to get out of here. So he was not happy with what just happened at home plate, but he just walked away.
He told me before the game he'd love to stay around for the ceremonies after, but he said 20 minutes, they're out of here.
Yeah, they're going to go get just like what the Phillies did in Cincinnati last year, or 2 years ago. No, it was last year. The Phillies closed down Cincinnati ballpark and got out of there quick. So Bobby marks off the lineup card, and the first guy off the bench today is Jesse Garcia. Also, happy birthday today, very special birthday wishes to Ruth Stiles. 79th birthday, mom of Mary Sue Stiles Owens. Mary Sue at the ballpark today, one of the original ball girls here. So happy birthday to you, Ruth, watching the game over there in South Jersey. We send our best along to you, and it was great to see Susie again today. Garcia hooks one into left field, and that's a base hit. That'll tie it. Stopping at second is Fick. So Garcia comes right off the bench, pinch hitting for Mark DeRosa, and scores Javi Lopez. 3 straight hits for the second inning in the game off Millwood, and a run.
Kevin throws a slider out over the plate, and Garcia, he couldn't have been too loose. You don't expect to come in the third inning as a pinch hitter, or fourth inning as a pinch hitter. And, he just got the slider away and threw his bat out there, and that's what happens. You swing enough times, you're bound to make contact sooner or later. Dumps it over Jimmy's head, knocks in Javi. And got another tie game.
Greg Maddux will be up there to bunt. Runners at first and second, Fick and Garcia. Oh, well, he handles the bat pretty well. Johnny, how about he has 1,260 at-bats?
That means he's logged a lot of innings, and he's kept himself in a lot of games because he, like you said, he can handle the bat. But you look at his, this situation, he had 2 strikes last at bat with the bases loaded, and he tried to bunt and struck out. And now with first and second, no outs, he wants to swing.
So he gets a perfect bunt down. Millwood to Chase Utley covering. Sacrifice. 1-4 on the play. Runners at second and third with 1 out. And our other reporter on the scene right now over at Citizens Bank Park, here's Ron Burke.
Hey, thank you, Wheels. We are inside. When this place is completed, it will seat 43,000. There are some of those first sets of seats that have gone in the third deck, the upper deck here at the park. As I'm standing here just behind home plate in left field, they have the red steel frame up where that beautiful scoreboard will go. Beyond the open area in center field is going to be a beautiful shot there, beautiful look of Center City, Philadelphia. This is a park that is well positioned, and the Phillies really have something to look forward to when they come in here to play home games starting in April. Right now, it's a whole lot quieter in here than it is where you guys are at the vet. That'll change, I think, in about 6 months or so. If you're real quiet right now, you can hear the rattling of cups and boxes and some plastic, some tarpaulins blowing in the breeze. Speaking of which, I should say before I go, the wind on occasion is blowing pretty stiffly in from center field, so it's not a good day to play a baseball game here today. So you guys, Wheels, are in the right place today.
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, it's a good day if you're a pitcher, I guess, so that wind's blowing in.
Yeah, too bad there ain't a pitcher's mound out there.
This guy's got some seat up there with the fireworks area. Runners at second and third, 1 out now for Rafael Furcal. The Braves trying to take the lead. Phillies with the infield back in the middle, up at the corners, and Millward now works a 3-0 count to the leadoff batter with Marcus Giles on deck. Game tied at 2 here in the 4th inning. Braves really want to win this game and finish with the best record. Swing and a miss. Boy, swinging 3-0 there. And the pitch, it looked like it might have been ball 4, 3-1.
Man, you wonder how much the Braves are in this. Why would Rafael Furcal be swinging 3-0 with Marcus Giles, who has 20 homers, he's hitting 316 or 315 or whatever up next. And Gary Sheffield forgot the outs last inning.
Fouled away. Yeah, I mean, they're in it and they're not. I know what your point is. They obviously they want to win to get the best record. There's Sheffield. But, their mind is, boy, this is a big crowd here today. This is someday we got to get a shower, get on the buses, and get out of here.
Well, and I've been in both ends of this deal here where, one you're playing out the string, the other you're playing for something. And, I think the Braves are in position right now. They've done it so many years. They're looking forward to the postseason.
Fly ball, center field, certainly deep enough to score Fick. Marlon Byrd puts it away. Fick comes home. Into third goes Jesse Garcia, and the Braves regain the lead at 3-2. Give Rafael Furcal his 61st run batted into the year.
Maybe that's why he was swinging 3-0. Yeah, that's why Bobby Cox is a smart manager. And we're just 2 dummies sitting up here talking about him. Well, 1 dummy sitting up here talking about him.
Well, we had a shot of Coxie in the dugout, though, Johnny, and he kind of looked like, what was he doing, swinging 3-0?
Well, he might have forgot what the count was. I mean, you see pitchers all the time. They look in and ask what the count is, and they're throwing the ball. And maybe Rafi forgot the count.
Well, he got the run in. Now a runner at third and 2 outs for Marcus Giles, who struck out flying deep to right. Breaking ball over for a strike.
Was this planned, or is this, one of these things that just happened by coincidence? In a Philadelphia native, Jerry Crawford, calling the last game ever at the vet.
I think they planned it because Shag, his daddy Shag, had the first game here behind the plate. And there's a lot of neat stuff going on here today. Well, I want to tell you, that choked me up a little bit, seeing Shag come walking out with Jerry before the game. They're Havertown guys, Delaware County guys, and Shag, a tremendous umpire for so long, and Jerry recognized as one of the best ever in the National League. And his brother Joey, a terrific NBA official. Down low, 2 balls and 1 strike.
You watch the way Kevin pitching Marcus Giles. He's throwing a lot of breaking balls to get behind 2-1. And Marcus Giles is a dangerous hitter, but I think if you look at that on-deck circuit, you're going to find one of the most dangerous going right now in the National League. You want to see if Marcus can hit him.
Mr. Sheffield waits. Here's the 2-1 on the way to Marcus Giles. And over with a fastball. 2-2.
I just think that's the way you have to approach pitching Marcus Giles. I think you have to keep everything away, even though he hits the ball the other way so well. But it seems like the balls that he hits well the other way are inside pitches that he inside outs. Keep it away and make him use his own power.
And he hits one foul down the third baseline. Tomas Perez throws it over there, but Larry Poncino clearly yelled foul ball. We'll start all over. To send special 60th wedding anniversaries along to Bob and Mary Moorhead, my former neighbors in the Andorra section of Philadelphia. Happy anniversary, Bob and Mary. 60 years. We'll be able to see you guys real soon once the season ends, which is in a few hours. And 2 strikes on Giles. And a fly ball pop foul out of play right side.
Is that the neighborhood you used to live by that guy before you moved to the country club?
That's exactly right.
Unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
Period. Spent 20 happy years, Johnny, in the Roxborough section of Philadelphia in Andorra. Nice area.
Now you're a country clubber.
Well, a name only. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball, and he checked on it. And it's 3-2. So he threw a 2-2 breaking ball there with Sheffield on deck and the base open. And now the way you're looking at it, you almost have to challenge him here.
Well, you have to. You can't, unless Kevin feels he can throw his breaking ball for a strike, but he's bounced a couple in this at-bat to Giles. The less people are on base when Gary Sheffield comes up, the better.
Braves have a 3-2 lead. There is a breaking ball. And he walked him. So here comes Sheffield. Well, Live Your Major League Fantasy Commissioner Larry Anderson will be joined by guys like John Kruk, Greg Luzinski, Larry Boa, Dallas Green, Gary Matthews, Mitch Williams, and others for coaching camaraderie in baseball. The Ultimate Baseball Trip, January 2004 in Clearwater, Florida. Premier accommodations, your own authentic Phil's uniform, top-notch instruction, and lots of fun. Participants must be 30 years of age or older. Limited enrollment. For a brochure, 610-520-3400, 610-520-3400. Here's Sheffield, 1 for 2. Misses away. Grounded to short, single to center. What a year Sheffield having with 39 homers and 131 runs batted in. Up among the league leaders in so many categories.
And 18 stolen bases. He's not like a guy you can just say, well, we'll just pitch around him and get the Chipper who has 100, and Andrew has 100, then Hobby has 100. What do you do?
I don't think you call him a stiff in the outfield either.
No, he's a complete player. I mean, he hits for power, he hits for average, he scores runs, he drives in runs, he steals bases. He got a great throwing arm. I mean, you have to say of all the players in baseball, him and Vladimir Guerrero are probably the 2 most complete.
Joe Kerrigan to the mound to talk to Kevin Millwood and Mike Lieberthal.
And he doesn't strike out.
No. Well, they only have one guy in their starting lineup struck out more than 100 times, and that's Andrew.
And that's pretty much going to be a given every year. He's going to strike out over 100 times. But, when you can combine power and not striking out, I mean, you're looking at, a lot of guys hit 30, 40 homers. They hit 260, 270 because they strike out.
Oh. Does he go to Hack when he's in an RBI spot and ahead in the count? Throw to second, and they've got Sheffield. And nice job by Utley to get him. And that will end the inning. Gary Sheffield just runs into the final out for some reason. And he knows he made a base runner mistake there, but he does knock in his 132nd run of the year. That's a look down the right field line. That's a stadium club right there. There's Al Holland, Darren Dalton. That's where all the guys are hanging out. Danny Jackson right behind Al Holland there. And we're going to have one of our reporters in there for you right after we come back.
KFC's popcorn chicken is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Big, juicy pieces of all-white breast meat, now with fewer crumbs. Get a party size for just $6.99 or an individual size for just $1.99. New, bigger, better popcorn chicken, only from KFC. Create and direct your own TV commercial. Visit KFC.com.
2003 Chevy Cars and Trucks. The facts are in. Fact, your local Chevy dealer is moving out the 03s. Did we mention we're moving out the 03s? Get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers on every 2003 Chevy except SSR. Or at least $3,500 total cash back on most 2003 Chevy vehicles. Or up to $6,000 total cash back on select Chevy SUVs. Hurry, see your local Chevy dealer while supplies last.
There are places that I know where people they can go to play that favorite game. Let's call it out by name. It's America's game, the one and only Powerball. I'm only gonna tell you one more time. It's America's game, the one and only Powerball.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Chevy, the cars you can depend on. The cars that last will be there. By the Pennsylvania Lottery, you can win $100,000 a year for the rest of your life. 4-2 game in favor of the Atlanta Braves as we go to the fourth inning. They just got a 3 spot to take a 2-run lead, and Mike Lieberthal will lead it off. Pat Burrell to follow, and then Chase Utley. Mike is grounded at third on a terrific play at the time by Mark DeRosa, who had to leave the game after getting hit by a pitch. Hopefully he's okay. And Jesse Garcia, who pinch hit for him and got a hit, remains in the game at third. He takes it low and outside. Greg Maddux working into his fourth innings. Phillies with a run in the first, a run in the third after Marlon Byrd led off both innings with hits and scored. And Lieberthal cues one. Maddux a great fielder. Lots of gold gloves in his repertoire. Tags him out, 1 away. Let's head over to that Stadium Club restaurant. Anthony Gargano there with the leader of the 93 Club, Dutch.
Hey, Wills, we are with Dutch, the leader of 93. What's this like for you right now, the closing of this place, your best memory?
Mixed emotions, really. I mean, this was home to me for a lot of years, but it's going to be nice to go to the other yard. But a lot of memories.
You get chills a little bit?
Oh, yeah. It's great to see all the guys that you played with and some of these old parts, too. But it's been quite an experience, quite a weekend.
Thanks, Dutch. Right. Look good. All right, Wills, back to you.
All right, Anthony, thanks. That's your old pal there, huh?
Yeah, and he had to drop one in there, didn't he?
He wasn't referring to you, was he?
I think I am older than him. Yeah. Well, there was a rare sight when they saw Darren walking up the thing. Tommy Green was talking to someone. So, things are back to normal with the vet.
1 ball and no strikes to Pat Burrell, who doubled his first time up. Tommy Green's a friendly guy.
He'll talk to anybody.
Great guy.
Yes, he is.
There he is.
Greeny.
Tommy Green. Still looks like he could pitch, doesn't he? Look at him.
I tell you, talk about a guy that keeps himself in great shape. You know, there's not many of us that do that anymore, Will. Once we retire, we let ourselves go a little bit.
Green looks great.
There's DJ.
Yeah. Danny Jackson.
There's some mental problems right there, I tell you. That's a fun year. Fun. The most fun human beings should be allowed to have.
Pat Burrell, a fly ball to left field. He didn't get it. Chipper Jones waits under it. 2 outs. 2 very valuable members of that starting rotation from 1993, Danny Jackson and Tommy Green. Well, you can own the 75-minute video on the Vet, plus bonus footage, take a nostalgic look back at the story of Phillies baseball here at the Vet. A place where dreams could come true, hearts could be broken, a place where families could bond, and millions of fans called home. This story is told by the people who loved it, players, fans, and Phillies staff. You can order the DVD for $15. Call toll-free 1-877-GO-PHILS. That's 1-877-GO-PHILS, or online at Phillies.com. Put together by Video Dan Stevenson. Anything Danny does you want to have, it's great. Chase Utley grounded out his first time up. 1-0 over first strike.
That's going to be an experiment cleaning up Video Dan's room back there. Down in the lower section of the stadium, his little office down there. Man, you talk about a train wreck. They're going to find living things down there, I guarantee you. And
you know what? That makes a college dorm room look nice.
Oh, it looks like a palace.
Oh, it's antiseptic.
It's ridiculous. But, you know, he can find everything, so that's the key.
Well, are you saying that Danny's a slob or the people that inhabit it with him?
No, I'm pretty sure that predominantly it's Video Dan.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. You got to hate video. Can you get me taping the '91 season? Oh, yeah, it's right over here, underneath a bunch of junk, you know, and then there it is. He's amazing.
That's always a key. I mean, just so you can find it.
Well, next year he's going to have problems because everything's going to be in nice, neat order, and I'm sure he'll go over there the day before opening day and destroy the place.
And that guy's trying to get the wave started. That's great.
So he's ready to play.
Yeah. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Chase with Tomas Perez on deck, and then Kevin Millwood due to hit. Nobody up in the bullpen. 4-9-0 for the Braves, 2-4-1 for the Phils. Utley hits it hard, but it's right at Giles. Throws him out, and Maddox has his first 1-2-3 inning. No runs, hits, errors, nobody left. To the 5th we go. Braves by 2.
He's waiting.
Here are the changes for the new hotel plans.
Let's take a look.
We've added a heliport and hot tubs in every room. It's going to be the hippest hotel in town.
And the suites are...
Here?
If you're not offering your employees Independence Blue Cross, maybe you should.
A 240 horsepower V6 engine. A Honda Satellite Lynx navigation system. Dual zone automatic climate control. An XM satellite radio. All this plus an extra large leather trimmed interior. For when you need it most. The spacious Accord EX V6 for 2004. From Honda.
So I got tickets to the game tomorrow night. I wasn't sure if you wanted to go.
Well, it doesn't sound like you want me to go.
What? Of course I want you to go. I just thought maybe, you know, with the crowd and all that.
You'd probably have a better time with Gary.
Gary? No.
Why don't you ask Gary? And we'll hook up on Saturday.
Okay. If you're sure.
I'm sure.
Okay, bye-bye. You're in.
Yes! I'm out!
After 4 innings of play, the Braves 4, the Phils 2. Wednesday at 9 on UPN 57, Jake gets a mission that could be too hot to handle on Jake 2.0. That's Wednesday at 9, and it's right here on UPN 57. Jake is a name that Darren Dalton affectionately used on you many times.
Yeah, the character from the Blues Brothers.
Right. It's called Johnny Jake.
A little short, chubby one, John Belushi.
John Belushi, right. And a little hold up in the game right now. I didn't see what it was. Maybe a little TV timeout, even though we're back.
Hey, if we're ready, they should be.
Chipper Jones will lead it off. 1 for 2, single run scored, flied out. And Millwood's had 2 shaky innings here today, and it's cost him. Is that a foul ball? Yes, says Brian O'Nora, the first base umpire. Gave up 4 hits in the second, 4 hits in the fourth, and the Braves have 4 runs.
Well, in my opinion, there's three things in this world you don't do as a person. You don't drink and drive, you don't talk back to your parents, and you don't walk the guy in front of Gary Sheffield.
On a 3-2 breaking ball.
And he did, and then he paid for it.
Right. Sheffield out at second base on that play, ran into an out, 7-6-4 to end the inning after knocking in his 132nd run. There he is, and he will be a force, of course, in postseason play as he's having a career year.
I think Sheff's losing track of what's going on out here. With 2 outs, he didn't run, and when he was supposed to, and then with 2 outs, he ran when he wasn't supposed to.
Jones at deep center field. Marlon Byrd, a long run at the wall, almost makes the play, bounces off his back, and Chipper will have a double. Ball went off his glove and then off his back and popped back up in the air, and a nice effort by Marlon Byrd.
Well, one thing you can say about Marlon, and you can also say about the rest of the Phillies, is, you know, playing out this 3 games, they haven't quit. And, you know, Marlon's played hard, and there it is. It was in his glove, and then it looked like it hit the ball hit his glove and the wall at the same time and bounced out. And I remember the one time earlier this year when it hit him in the coconut. He kept that one on his back, and it was a pretty good play.
He had one, as you said earlier in the year, hit the wall and hit him in the head. Andrew Jones, the batter, takes a strike. That's double number 33 for Chipper Jones.
You know, you have to like what you see by these guys. You know, it's 3 games. The season's over for them, and you know, and they battled back yesterday against John Smoltz and won. And you know, they're continuing to play hard. They're playing the string out, and that's all you can ask as a fan is, you know, scheduled 162 games, bust it for 162, and then we'll see what happens next year.
I know Larry Baugh didn't want to go into the offseason with a losing streak. Nobody does, and he talked about that in the pregame radio show, how important that was as Turk Wendell gets up, how important it was that he felt not to go in there after having such a good season that the Phillies had. They were sure, oh, well, they lost 7 in a row at the end, 8 in a row, you know. And winning that game yesterday took that monkey off their back. But they really want to win again today here and finish up with 87 wins.
Man, it's important, man. You don't want that taste of losing going into next year.
Ooh. Andrew Jones rips one over the glove of Jimmy Rollins. Chipper Jones had a hold. So here they come again with runners at first and third and nobody out. Darren Bragg's going to come out and run for Andrew Jones, and Anthony Gargano's with a couple of those heroes from the 1980 champions.
Hey guys, Mr. Right Field, Mr. Second Base, Big McBride, Manny Trio in the house. Look at that look, Manny! What's it like being back here for the last time?
I mean, it's great. You get a chance to meet all the ball players you played with, see the fans once again, and just be inside this stadium.
Manny, I know you're shedding a tear right now.
Well, it's not only tears. I see there's a lot of emotion, and I know I'm going to step on the second base today again for the last time. So it will give me good memories, you know. Trying to get the throw from Bake to get the guy at home, you know, that weak throw to come from Bake all the time, you know. It'd be nice.
That's good. Thanks, God, for you guys.
All right, Anthony, thanks a lot. Those 2 good guys. They used to play cards together all the time, and Bake used to say he could just reel Manny in any time he needed a couple extra bucks.
Yeah, you know, and by hanging out with Bake at Fantasy Camp for a few years and seeing him here at all these reunion things that they've had over this year, I can see it.
Yep.
I can see him reeling someone in.
There he is. Threw his glove up in the stands, threw his cap. And there's the guy with the glove. Larry Baugh making a pitching change. Turk Wendell on back with more right after this.
Sauteed onions and American cheese on a hoagie roll. The new authentic Philly cheesesteak at McDonald's. Yep, McDonald's.
A 240 horsepower V6 engine. a Honda satellite linked navigation system, dual zone automatic climate control, an XM satellite radio. All this plus an extra large leather trimmed interior for when you need it most. The spacious Accord EX V6 for 2004 from Honda.
And back here at Veterans Stadium, runners at the corners now. As we mentioned, Darren Bragg in to run for Andrew Jones, and Javi Lopez will bat off Turk Wendell in relief of Kevin Millwood. And bounces up there. Millwood, not the outing that he wanted to have to end the season. Certainly there's Turk coming into game number 56. 4 runs charged to Kevin Millwood at this point, and 2 on base are his responsibility. Good breaking ball from Turk and Javi Lopez, who's 2 for 2 today with an infield hit, a double, and a run scored. Swings and misses.
I'm pretty sure Kevin wanted to have a good outing, especially against his old teammates who haven't treated him too well this year. You know, again, you know, you have to try to figure something out to beat a team you're supposed to beat. Because you don't know where Kevin's going to be next year, whether it's here, who knows where he's going to be. But there's a pretty good chance he's going to have to face these guys again, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be pretty confident against him if they do.
Popped up Javi Lopez off a slider. Down the line comes Tony, and Jim puts it away, and there's 1 out. Yeah, he's 0-3 against them this year in the starts, and obviously cannot win this game today and could lose it. There's David Bell back with the ball club. Had a personal matter to attend to this weekend and here for the final game. And that's a guy right there that they wish they'd been able to play more here at the end of the year and find out if, in fact, these back problems are over, because they need him next season right from the get-go.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to have 4 or 5 months of strenuous rehab to get that back and hip ready to go for next year. And, you know, a healthy David Bell means a more effective Tomas Perez and a more effective Nick Punto.
Yeah, and Polanco is such a great second baseman, will be able to play that position. But we'll see. I mean, the offseason is hours away.
Well, let's hope.
There's Nick Punto. Chase Utley has done a good job since he's come up. Jason Michaels may have had some of the best at-bats in this club all year for a guy who didn't get to play much. He had another one yesterday. They got a base hit off Smoltz to get that rally started. To me, Jason Michaels has been an amazing player.
Well, yeah, and you know, the great thing about the year he's had is he's pretty much he's going to be here for as long as he wants to be here. You know, a bench player can come off the bench and hit off righties or lefties like Jason has all year. You know, it's an invaluable guy to have on your team. And if he doesn't complain about playing time and doesn't complain, I want to be an everyday player, knowing full well he wants to be an everyday player. But, you know, he could have a 10, 15-year career just doing what he's doing now and make a great living at it.
The thing about him, Johnny, there's Todd Pratt, who's been a great backup player throughout his career. Jason Michaels, above average outfielder, too.
He's a very good outfielder, and you know, what can he do if he gets 450, 500 at-bats? That's you know, it's a great situation for the Phillies because they have 3 outfielders now. You know, Pat comes around next year and has a year he's capable of having. They have 3 great outfielders, and there's nowhere for Jason to play. So for right now, he has to accept his spot as a 4th outfielder, bench player, defensive replacement, and keep his mouth shut and do the job. And that's exactly what he's done this year. He hasn't caused any troubles whatsoever.
Tires are winning. Good news for the Braves. We just understand that it is a bruised right hand for Mark DeRosa. So no break, and probably should be okay for them, and they certainly need him, and we're glad to hear that. Don't want to see a guy get hurt the last game of the season going into postseason. Turk does the old step off, throw over, and Bragg was not real far off first.
Well, I tell you what, he threw that hard, didn't he?
Just in case.
I guess he figured he was so close to the base, he better throw it hard to make it look good.
Good blocked by Mike Lieberthal, that breaking ball in the dirt. Full count. So we'll see if they run Bragg from first, stay out of a double play on a full count with 1 out. Josh Hancock up in the bullpen for the Phillies. He's had 1 appearance. He's been here all month. Pitched at AAA all year.
Well, you know, it's tough to get those guys in the game when you're fighting down the stretch for a pennant race. And you know, I'm sure that the Giants will look at the box scores of this, and if they see Ryan Madsen or Josh Hancock pitching 4 or 5 innings a game, they're going to say, you know, are the Phillies trying to do what they're supposed to do? The unwritten rule of beating the team that's in a race with the other teams.
And Larry Bowa did not want to take Kevin Millwood out of the game necessarily. He wanted to go deeper today, but he just was struggling, and he had to make a change. The runner does go, and Fick to left field. Burrell will never get there. Ball bounces fair and in play. A run scores over to third. Bragg. Chipper Jones scores a 5th run of the game for the Braves, and Robert Fick has his 79th run batted in. And that run charged to the starter, Kevin Millwood.
Yeah, Robert Fick takes a, looked like a sinking fastball from Turk, and it doesn't hit it hard, just hits it in a perfect spot where Pat couldn't get to it, and it's a RBI double. Now you got second and third and 1 out. You're looking for more trouble.
Jesse Garcia, the batter, he is 1 for 1 after he pinch hit for DeRosa. And Mark DeRosa had a base hit in his 1 official at bat. Maddox on deck, so Greg's going to stay in the game for a while. Infield in, 5-2 Braves here in the 5th inning. Foul off Mike Lieberthal. Birthday wishes number 70 to big Phillies fan Frank Dombrowski of Port Richmond. Happy birthday to you, Frank. Number 70. Turk ahead of Garcia, 0-2. Missed in. Garcia came up on August 31st. He was at Richmond all year, the player of the month for Richmond. Hit .390 in May and was named to the AAA All-Star team. Two and two.
Pretty sure that the 60,000 plus fans here didn't quite want to see a game go like this. It's kind of lethargic, isn't it?
Well, right now, when the other team's running the bases for the most part. Got him with a good slider. Struck out Jesse Garcia, 2nd out. So see his way out of it now with Maddox to bat and 2 outs. Time now for Citizens Bank. Not your typical fan. Each game will scan the crowd to find a fan or fans who set themselves apart from the rest. And we're going to give it to the whole crowd here today. It was 58-3 here yesterday, 58-096 on Friday, and Maddox is going to ground out to end the inning, and a sellout plus here this afternoon on the final game that'll ever be played here at the Vet. Braves pick up another run on 3 hits and leave 2. They lead 5-2.
Safely securing your environment, making your life more comfortable. Sheet Metal Workers Local 19, Sheet Metal Contractors Association, Partners in Progress.
adventure. Electronic four-wheel drive, Acura MDX. Power and safety, living in perfect harmony.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Carol Erickson. On a day that's bringing a lot of clouds, we've seen some rain, and we can expect these showers on and off in various spots through the afternoon hours. Our high today only 74 degrees. This is the warmest day we're going to be seeing on the 5-day. Tonight, between 50 and 55 degrees, the skies will become clear. And on the 5-day, notice this top line. These are the afternoon high temperatures. By the time you get to Thursday, 60 degrees. Check it all out tonight on CBS 3 Eyewitness News.
Independence Blue Cross gives Veterans Stadium a deserving farewell. In its final season, South Broad Street's most stately structure proved it hadn't lost its magic touch. The Phillies continue to thrill us with moments that will endure long after the vet is gone. As we reach the final innings, we remember the good times and say goodbye to a place that gave us all we could have asked for, right down to the end. This Thanks for the Memories is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. You deserve it.
And fantastic Phillies finale. That's where we are right now at Veterans Stadium in the finale as Tomas Perez takes a strike from Greg Maddux. Kelly Stinnett moves into the on-deck circle to bat for Turk Wendell, and then Marlon Byrd. 5-12-0 for the Braves, 2-4-1 for the Phillies here in the 5th inning. In the finale, Tomas tries to bunt his way on, bunts it foul. He grounded to second his first time up.
I'd like to see the Phillies string together a couple here. Try to get back in this game, down 5-2.
Ryan Longerhans moves into the game to play left field, and Darren Bragg stayed in the game in center field. There he is after pinch running for Andrew Jones. Inside from Greg Maddux, 1-2. Maddux a run given up in the first, a run in the third. Phillies with the 4 hits in the game, 3 of them singles. And he beats it foul, first base side does Tomas, who has 296 at-bats, as he's played a lot more than he expected to play or they wanted him to play, but injuries have gotten him into the lineup a lot more. Tomas Perez is a valuable player on your club.
He is a very valuable player. He can play any infield position. A switch hitter, can swing the bat a little bit.
And throw the bat in his own dugout.
Fire the bat and take out someone he might not like down there. That happens in the game.
Somebody just fired it right back out of the dugout at him.
Might be the same guy he might not like.
It's hard not to like him, isn't it?
He enjoys it.
Yeah.
And he still treats it like it's like what it is. It's a kid's game, and he still treats it like he's a kid.
Maddux misses away, throwing a lot of change-ups the way he normally does. A couple of different fastballs, breaking ball. Just a wily veteran. 15 wins for him, 16 straight years with 15 or more wins.
Show me a kid that's mature beyond his years, and I'll show you a kid that probably can't play.
Top foul, third base side. Yeah, it helps to have a little kid in this game.
It's such a long season, and you don't realize, how long of a season it is, how tough it is to prepare every day to play. And there's a little kid right there who wants to step down on the field. He's got to suit it up and ready to go. But if you can't have fun at certain points, sometimes it's stressful, but if you can't have fun and enjoy it, find something else to do. Go get a real job and see what the real world's like.
Amari Telemaco, Travis Chapman, has had 1 at bat since coming up here. He might get in the game today. We'll see. Anderson Machado there, who pinch ran yesterday and stole a base. And Tomas fouls another one off. 2 guys made their major league debuts yesterday. Machado and Ryan Madsen got to pitch a couple innings.
I think Anderson Machado has a chance to be a special player. He struggled a little bit this year in Double-A Reading, but he seems to always put up good numbers. He still stole a lot of bases.
Oh, nice play by Garcia, the third baseman, on the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Snares that line drive, 1 out. How about those guys on the field in the tuxedos before the game? The ground crew all dressed up today. Anthony Gargano's down there with a Frogman. Go ahead.
That's right, Wills. With Frogman, right? You're looking dapper.
Out today. Thanks.
Something going on right now?
A little bit. I think it's maybe the last game in this ballpark here.
Where's your most incredible moment, Froggy?
My most incredible moment? Oh, God. Maybe meeting John Marzano. No. God, most incredible moment. There's been a lot of them.
I can imagine. I know you're going to cry.
How about the day you mooned Larry Anderson when you sit on the mound?
How about when you mooned Larry Anderson?
Only a few people witnessed that. Only a few people. But his sincerity, you know, it's going to be, you know, tough at the conclusion of this game for me, and I think a lot of people here, you know, the memories, you know, you can always remember, like, the baseball memories, the highlights you always see on television.
Well, that's right. Now, you can get to work. Okay. All right? I'm going to help you out, Frog. All right, guys. Thank you.
All right. A little humpback liner there by Kelly Stinnett to the second baseman, Giles. Froggy, whose real name is Mark Carfagno. And there he is, bringing one of the bags out.
Tell you what, those guys are special in a lot of different ways.
I never really pictured them in Texas.
No, especially Froggy. And the mooning thing,
that happened.
Well, and you look at Larry Anderson's career, how bad it was. That probably was the highlight of Larry's career, is Froggy mooning him.
Marlon Byrd hits one up in the air to left field. An easy play for Longerhans, a new left fielder. He puts it away, and Greg Maddux is in a nice little groove right now. No runs, hits, errors, nobody left through 5. Here come those guys in the tuxedos. Danny DeMuzio and Anthony Gargano's going to come out and help him out a little bit, looks like. 5-2 Braves.
You're running out of time to see the Phillies play at Veterans Stadium. Are you ready to fast forward to next season? 2004 Phillies at spectacular Citizens Bank Park. Call 215-463-5000 now for season ticket information.
The Hyundai Elantra, a comparison. More standard features than a Toyota Corolla LE. All for over $1,900 less when comparably equipped. And only the Elantra is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Elantra. Nicely equipped for just $12,199 at your Hyundai dealer. Hurry into the Hyundai winning season clearance and get up to $2,000 cash back or 0% APR for up to 60 months.
Your father and I went to the senior health fair yesterday.
What are the rides there? The plane to go around?
Everybody loves Raymond. Monday night at 6:30 on UPN 57. Watch the Mullets. Tuesday nights at 9:30 on UPN 57.
On this field of memories, one stands above all the rest. The feeling at Veterans Stadium on the night of October 21st, 1980 was like nothing ever felt before. It was an air of confidence. Although it was 97 years in the making, the Phillies winning a world championship seemed like a foregone conclusion. Each of their key components played a major role in the victory. First season in Series MVP, Mike Schmidt provided an early lead with a third-inning two-run single. Cy Young Award winner Steve Carlton was brilliant, going 7 strong innings on his way to the win. Pete Rose, whose blend of desire and hustle elevated the Phillies to a new level, was in the right spot when a bases-loaded foul pop bounced out of Bob Boone's catcher's mitt directly into Rose's glove. That second out of the ninth confirmed their destiny. Then Tug McGraw carried them to their final destination. For the first and only time, this field of memories became a true field of champions.
And there are a lot of cameras in operation here today. Fans taking pictures all over the place. Here's the plaque, Veterans Stadium, dedicated in April 4th, 1971. The mayor at the time, James Tate, Jim Tate. H.J. Tate there. You see Mayor of the City of Philadelphia. It's all over here after today. Kyle breaks his bat. Josh Hancock is the new pitcher for the Phillies, a 6'3", 217-pound right-hander from Cleveland, Mississippi. Resides in Tupelo. I believe that was the birthplace of Elvis. Tupelo, Mississippi. Phillies got him from the Red Sox for Jeremy Giambi in December of last year, and he pitched this year at AAA. He's had one outing this year, and that was against the Braves. And you see what happened. 2 hits in an inning. And there are his numbers at Scranton Wilkes-Barre. He's 10-9 with a 3.86 earned run average in 28 games. For Kyle fouls another one off. Prior to this season, he had appeared in 3 games with Boston, and one of them was a start, and he had a record of 0-1. So Josh Hancock getting a little activity here this afternoon behind Kevin Millwood and Turk Wendell. Jason Michaels moves into the game to play right field, and that one hurt Mike Lieberthal. Bounced up there and hit him somewhere. There's Will Kinane, so Maddox's day could be over. He's gone far enough now to win the game through 5.
Yeah, and I'm sure Larry Boa got Bobby out. He got his 100th RBI today. He got to hit his last time up to take his average to 300 and get him out. Let him go back. Let him go in the offseason with great numbers.
Has 101 runs batted in with 2 today. Knocked in both Phillies runs, did Bobby. For Kyle today, 0 for 2 with a sac fly and an RBI. Braves have dominated this one offensively and lead 5-2. They had a 4-run lead yesterday, and the Phillies came back and beat him in that goofy game. Foul tip held on to by Mike Lieberthal. 1 out on a strikeout. Philly Fanatics' happiest memories, the first in a series of children's books detailing the adventures of baseball's silliest mascot, the Philly Fanatic. This 8x8 32-page book traces the origins of the Fanatic and is a look back at some of the Fanatics' fondest Vet Stadium memories. Giles grounds 1 to second. Utley throws him out, 2 away. And later this fall, the Philly Fanatics Moving Day, the second in the series, will be released. The tale of the Madcap Day as the Fanatic moves into his new home at Citizens Bank Park. Order the first in the series for just $5.95. Toll free 1-877-GO-PHILS or online at Phillies.com. Gary Sheffield, the batter. He is 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. I'd like to remind everybody after the game today, be sure and stay tuned because all these special ceremonies, and they are going to be very, very special. We're going to have them right here for you on UPN 57, so stick around. And the pitch to Sheffield misses inside. It'll be my pleasure to work with my old partner Andy Musser. Johnny Kruk will be down on the field. Larry Anderson, Harry will all be down there for the ceremonies, and Andy and I will get to handle that, and that'll be fun for us. Sheffield. You ever get cheated? Why does he not strike out 150 times?
Well, it's so hard to explain. I mean, he swings so violently, but it's controlled violence. I mean, he has an idea what he wants to do up there. He looked 2 pitches. He thought, well, if this guy comes inside, I'm going to look 2 strikes. I'm going to try to go deep. Now, if Hancock throws him something away, he's liable to hit a line drive to right. Or pull off and hit a grounder to third.
Or pull off and hit a grounder to Tomas, who throws him out. And that'll end a quick inning for Josh Hancock. No runs, hits, errors, nobody left. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. 5-2 Brian.
What you doing, Brian?
I'm just putting my name and address in these bottles and sending them out to sea. Hopefully someone will find them and contact me someday.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Why do you torture me, Brian Henderson of 12 Maple Lane?
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Brian! Oh, nice to meet you.
Well, that's the last of it.
The original rugged Nissan Pathfinder. And coming soon, the new full-size Pathfinder Armada. Two Pathfinders, countless adventures.
grilled steak, sauteed onions, and American cheese on a hoagie roll. The new authentic Philly cheesesteak at McDonald's. Yep, McDonald's.
Countdown clock. Ladies and gentlemen, Phillies baseball is brought to you by Nissan and your local Nissan dealer. And by McDonald's new premium salads with Newman's own dressing. We go from one to then there were none. Harry Kalas taking a lap around the field right now as he changed the number today. And here's what it looked like.
Looks like Harry's paying tribute to the greatest player that ever wore number 1 for the Phillies, Richie Ashburn, his old best friend.
Believe this is the last game at Veterans Stadium. You see that 0 go up there as Will Kinane comes on now. Wow. We started out with the 81 up there back in a cold, dark day in April, and here we are in September down to the final few innings. We used to count down, before you were up here with us, Johnny, Larry Anderson, I used to count down the days. There were around 1,000 days left. I mean, it was crazy. I thought you're never going to get there.
I thought that, too, at the start of the season.
Jimmy hooks one to right. Sheffield is there and makes the play. And Kinane retires the first batter he faces. One away, and Jason Michaels will bat.
I thought that, too, to start the season. I thought, 81 games is going to take a long time. And I'm sure if you ask the players, they probably thought it did take a long time, but it seemed like it went awfully quick this summer. I think it's because of the weather. We didn't really have much of a spring, or, kind of went right into from winter right into 100 degrees and 150 down there on the turf.
It didn't seem like there was a season change this year. Jason Michaels swings and misses at the first pitch from Kinane. Kinane was in the ball game yesterday, and Jim Thome hit his second home run of the game off him. He's done a good job for them, the back of their bullpen, while Smoltz was out for a while. Yeah, he's pitched for a lot of different teams. And Jason fouls another one off, and this one clanks off the press box down into this huge sellout crowd. Speaking of the press box, a guy who used to be one of those ink-stained wretches, a former sports writer himself, here's Anthony Gargano.
Hey guys, I'm here with the Dean right here, Bill Conlon, Philadelphia Daily News, long-time baseball writer. You lived in this place.
Well, I worked here. It was a workplace, I left the house around 1967. Didn't miss it for a second. I left another house in 1980. Didn't miss it for a second. I'm leaving this workplace, and I won't miss it for a second.
Come on, Bill, you're lying.
All right. The one thing, you just saw Harry Kalas take down the number, and he went around, and believe me, I saw Whitey in the cart with him. He was there, and he said, "Hard to believe, Harry."
Wow.
That's what he said.
Thanks, Bill. All right, guys.
All right, Anthony, thanks a lot. And Jason Michaels is called out on strikes, and here comes Jim Thome, and he'll get a big hand. Greg Maddux threw Thome a lot of change-ups in his first two at-bats. Greg Maddux dead serious today about pitching his game, and he pitched Thome that way.
If he was going to hit a home run today, he was going to have to hit a change-up and supply his own power, and he had to hit it the other way because he wasn't coming anywhere near inside.
Greg Maddux has his name in the record books for a lot of things, and he's a first-ballot Hall of Famer, and he was not going to be the guy to throw the home run ball that would tie Mike Schmidt.
No, he's not getting in the Hall of Fame through stupidity.
No. Greg Maddux is one of the all-time greats, and it's just a privilege to have watched him all these years. 2 balls and 1 strike on Jim Thome.
And we might be watching him in a different uniform next year.
Could be. I mean, the Braves will make some changes. They make changes every year, and they don't skip a beat. But it would really seem strange not to see him pitch for the Braves. Seems a long time ago that Maddox pitched for Chicago. 2-1 to Jim, and he'll ground this ball to short. That's a shortstop for Kyle over on that side. Johnny, it's been fun this year. Thanks for everything.
Wheels, you've made it easy for me.
Been a great time here. And we'll turn this one over to Harry and Larry in the 7th inning as we look at the future right across the lot there. Citizens Bank Park. 5-2 Braves.
Haven't you always wanted to own a piece of Vet Stadium? It's like owning a piece of history. It's like owning a piece of my soul. And now you can, by purchasing a pair of authentic, vintage Vet Stadium seats. Each pair of seats comes with its own certificate of authenticity, and each carries the unique patina that can only come with the passage of time. Mustard.
Vet Stadium seats are on sale now. Call 215-463-1000 or visit Phillies.com.
At GMC, being professional grade means you build a better SUV. That's why the GMC Yukon has the tightest turning radius in its class, and Envoy XL has the most overall interior space in its class. Professional grade engineering. It's not more than you need, just more than you're used to. Now, get up to $6,000 total cash back on a new 2003 Envoy XL or Yukon. See the pros at your local GMC dealers.
What's up, man? Carson Daly. I'm going backstage to see the band.
Not on the list.
Yeah, cute.
Said no.
Oh, what up, dog? Yeah. Go on, player.
Me too. We're with him.
AOL Inside gets you behind the scenes with Hillary Duff and Michelle Branch. Go to inside.aol.com and add them to your buddy list today. Life needs connections.
Our game summary. Kevin Millwood, 4 innings of work, walked 1, 3 strikeouts, gave up 5 runs and 11 hits. Marlon Byrd, a couple singles and a couple of runs. Bobby Abreu got his 101st RBI, 2 RBIs in a game. Maddox pitched 5 innings, didn't walk anybody, struck out a couple. Vic with a sac fly, a couple RBIs. Jesse Garcia with a pinch hit RBI single, and Gary Sheffield with yet another RBI. Josh Hancock will lead it off against Langerhans. Came in for Chipper, play left field, his first at bat. Langerhans 4 for 13 on the year. No home runs, no RBIs.
LA, you're going to have to catch me up. Hancock came in when?
Hancock, this is his 2nd inning of work.
Okay.
Had a 1-2-3 first inning as he struck out for Cal and got Giles to ground out to 2nd and Sheffield to ground out to 3rd.
So how about these young guys? Madsen 6 up and 6 down last night, and now Hancock's dealing.
It's a good chance, you know. I mean, you don't get to see these guys during the season that much. The coaching staff, Kerrigan or Boa, they see them in spring training, but that's about it. So it's a chance to at least see what they feature, see what kind of stuff they have.
I'm caught up. 0-2 count to Langerhans, and he takes one wide for a ball. 1-2. Did you get a chance to talk to this young man whose father you played with?
Yes, I did.
This is Darren Bragg.
Oh, this is Bragg.
Yeah.
Oh, Bragg's on deck.
Oh, that was Bragg on deck. Okay. Well, Langerhans goes down swinging, and Hancock is phase 4 and retired 4.
HK, Harry Callis changes a number only fitting. He broke in with this stadium, started the stadium, and you will finish this stadium. And a touching moment, putting that 0 countdown number up there. And obviously the wonderful gesture to his whiteness, the number 1. Touching moment. And what a applause, what an ovation.
He's here with us, Al.
Yes, he is.
Darren Bragg batting for the first time. Came in to pinch run for Andrew Jones and stayed in the game. He's hitting at 242. 1-1 the count to Bragg. a foul, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Unlike Madsen, who made his Major League debut, Hancock has pitched in 1 previous game prior to today. Madsen made his Major League debut last night. Hopped him up. Shallow left field. Who wants it? J-Roll in foul ground, makes the running catch. And that's 2 down. The last day of Veterans Stadium, Citizens Bank Park will be the new venue in 2004, the state-of-the-art element baseball and entertainment experience. For information on 2004 premium or season tickets, call 215-463-5000. And you can also check out season ticket information online at Phillies.com. Hancock was 10-9 with a 3.86 ERA for Strand Wilkes-Barre. On his last 5 decisions. Played for Mark Bombard and the Barons. Did you see Bobby last night, L.A.?
No, I did not.
You did not? Oh, shoot. I'm sure Sorry missed you. He was at the wonderful party thrown by the Phillies.
Well, it was a tremendous gala affair and a lot of fun. I'm sorry, there's so many people.
Really, at the Constitution Center, which is gorgeous.
It was nice, though, and as usual, the Phillies did it upright.
Well, they've given us a few peanuts to throw here in the bottom of the 7th. Is this a makeup for all the previous games? Must be. 2 strikes to count to Javi Lopez. Well, Hancock 6 up and 6 down. What a job by young Josh Hancock. As the Braves are down and turn in the 7th, we go to the bottom half of the 7th inning. It's Atlanta 5, Phillies 2.
Coming up on the King of Queens, an anniversary celebration.
Salsa dancing? That's got Split My Pants written all over it.
Turns into a gambling getaway.
Atlantic City. I'm in.
And all bets are off. Next on the King of Queens.
Monday night at 6 on UPN 57.
Your father and I went to the senior health fair yesterday.
What are the rides there? The plane to go around?
Everybody loves Raymond. Monday night at 6:30 on UPN 57.
The beauty of the suit is that the bottoms match the top. So all you have to do is throw on a shirt and tie, and you're out the door. Get to work earlier, your productivity goes up, you get a bigger bonus, put the kids in better schools, they get better jobs, make tons of money, buy you a home to retire to on an island. No wonder suits are coming back.
Men's Warehouse.
You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
To contact the store nearest you, call 1-800-776-SUIT.
It's clearance time on the biggest selection of Toyota cars. Your Toyota dealers have decided to extend the clearance values. There's still time to get 2.9% APR on the fun-to-drive 2004 Corolla. It's also time to check out great deals on the spacious and versatile Toyota Matrix. Toyota time. The time is now.
Stuff the fans trivia quiz this afternoon. What is the Phillies' all-time record at Veterans Stadium? Well, 1,415, 1,198 is the winner. First Phillies fan with a correct response was George Mooney of Audubon, New Jersey. Congratulations, George. You're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing. God stump the fans. Johnny Estrada will come on to catch now for Atlanta. Jared Wright will be the new pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. Mike Lieberthal will be the first one to face Jared Wright here in the 7th inning, with Atlanta leading it by a score of 7-2. Jared Wright is coming over to Atlanta. Overall, 2-5 in 49 games with a 7.48 ERA, but with the Braves, 1-0 with a 2.25 ERA. Guys in the Braves uniform, and all of a sudden they turn things around. Jared Wright certainly has done that. Yes, this is the final day of Veterans Stadium. Mike Lieberthal to lead it off. Lieberthal has been up twice he has grounded out. He'll be followed by Pat Burrell and then Chase Utley here in the 7th. Coming in 1 to Mike Lieberthal. Balls and 2 strikes to Lieberthal. Jared Wright delivers high. Ball and 2 strikes to Lieberthal.
Jared Wright, another pickup for the Braves, middle of the season, and done a nice job since he's come over here. After really struggling in San Diego, actually couldn't get anybody out over there. He comes over here, and
really,
it's like you put on a Braves uniform, all of a sudden you got command, your stuff's back, and you're on the money.
Slings it down the left field line. Playing well off the line was Langerhans, and this ball bounces into the seats for a ground rule double. Ron Burke is standing by with the guy who pitched the very first game here at Veterans Stadium. Will be part of the post-game terrific ceremonies closing this ballpark. Jim Bunning. Ron.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Jim Bunning, and we know you. Many Phillies fans today may know you for what you do currently in politics, but you had quite a storied history as a baseball player with the Phillies before then. Being back here this weekend means what to you in the great scope of what you've done in your entire life, the full body of work?
Well, it's a big portion of my life. Obviously, I spent 22 years as an active player, 5 years as a manager in professional baseball. So coming back to the stadium that I got to open as the opening day pitcher, watching the blowing up of the place where they first started the stadium, and then being here when they moved into it, and then being here for the closing ceremonies is kind of pretty nostalgic for me. And my, I don't have an awful lot of contact with baseball now, and this gives me a chance to see a lot of players that I played with, and a lot of players that I managed, and a lot of players that were coaches and trainers, and a lot of people that I haven't seen for a long time. So it's a very, very important part of my life.
So the Senators come full circle.
That's right. Now, if I could do the same thing in Washington that I do here and have as much fun, it would be just wonderful.
Well, it's a fun weekend, and it's good to see you and a lot of the other guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's send it back to the booth, guys.
He is a politician.
Senator Jim Bunning. Thank you, Ron. Pat Burrell has popped up. Chase Utley, the batter. 1 ball and 1 strike to Utley, who's grounded out both times that he's been up. And a strike to Utley. strike. Jared Rice overall ERA with Kansas City and Atlanta, 7.48. Dixon's spinning over the praise as L.A. said all of a sudden he's been pitching great. 2.25 ERA. Atlanta. 3-1 to count to Utley. Walking. So the Phillies have 2 men on base trying to come back in this game as they did last night. Down last night 5-1. They battled back to win the game in extra innings or yesterday afternoon. Trying to come back once again. Here's Tomas Perez. He is grounded out and lined out to third. One ball and no strikes. Tomas' lifetime is 1 for 3 against Jared Wright. In 3 runs with that hit. Hits the runner. Hits the runner.
He's out. The runner's out. It's a base hit for Tomas.
Wow. Man. Now, the Phillies were really kicking up a storm here, and that is a tough out number 1. They'll go 4 unassisted. It hits Utley.
Tough to get hit by a ball. He tries to get out of the way of it, but he might have got right in between his steps. It's a dead ball once it hits the runner.
Yeah.
The runner's out. The hitter is credited with the base hit.
The Phillies could have had been. Why is Levy still at second?
Goes back to second.
He has to go back to second base. Should have been a run in, 2 men on base and 1 out. Instead, it's 2 outs with 2 men on base. And Ricky LeDay bats for Hancock. So, potential big inning here. All of a sudden has dwindled away when Utley is hit by the batted ball. No balls and 2 strikes to Ricky LeDay. Wild pitch. Just missed high.
Really? Coming right back to the camera. No chance at all for Johnny Estrada.
1 ball and 2 strikes to LeDay.
Mike Williams up in the Phillies pen. Braves pen is quiet.
Well, a hit here to get the Phillies back within a run. Post 2-2. Wright pitched all of his career in the American League until this year. Teammate of Jim Thome of the Cleveland Indians. Ground ball, foul. Still 3-2 to Ricky LeDay. out to LeDave. He was rung up, called out on strikes, and that will end the inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. We go to the 8th. Atlanta 5, Phil's 2.
To my oldest son, I leave the chateau on the French Riviera. To my only daughter, the Manhattan penthouse. To my youngest son, I bequeath 150 acres of uninhabitable swampland.
Terrible.
Yes! With its amazing four-wheel drive capabilities, Jeep Grand Cherokee can make even the most unappealing terrain a lot more desirable. Check one out today.
Thanks for letting me bring Fifi.
Oh, anything for you, baby. I'd give you the moon, the stars, and the ultimate love potion. Ice cold Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Don't worry, I got him.
Ooh. Anywhere you want it. That's the way you get it at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. We're bringing you some of the best-selling vehicles in America. Get up to $4,500 cash back on F-150, up to $4,500 on Taurus, Windstorm with up to $6,000 cash back, up to $2,500 on Escape. Get your new bestseller the way you want it. Never before have there been deals like this. But hurry, these deals end September 30th. See your Quality Plus Ford dealer now.
Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light. And by your Quality Plus Ford dealers. If you haven't looked at a Ford lately, look again. Mike Williams will be the Phillies' new pitcher coming on here in the 8th inning. The Braves leading it by a score of 5-2. Williams overall counting his work for Pittsburgh, appearing in his 68th game. He's won 1, lost 7. Saved 28, 6.31 ERA, 61 in the 3rd inning, 65 hits, 43 earned runs. He has struck out 39 while walking 41. Here's Robert Fick. He has once again hurt the Phillies. He has all year. He's hit a sac fly, singled, and doubled. In 2 and scored 1, and this time he should be an out as Pat Burrell lopes to it and called off by Marlon Byrd. Now let's rejoin Anthony Gargano, who is there with the chairman of the Phillies, a man who brought me here. Thank you so much, Mr. Giles. William Yale Giles. Anthony?
Thanks, Harry. Yes, we're here, Mr. Giles. You have a beautiful new ballpark, an exciting new history about to begin. But what about today?
Well, I've been sitting here thinking of all the great moments and the great players that played here, and watching Mike Schmidt play in my mind, and Joe Morgan and Pete Rose and Maddox and all these guys. I'm just bringing back all the good moments that happened in this 33 years at the Vet.
Will you get teary-eyed today?
I definitely will. I definitely will. I'm starting to get that way right now.
With all these memories, it comes back to you, each one so vivid.
Yeah, the good moments do. I try to forget the bad moments.
Thanks a lot. Back to you, Harry.
All right, Anthony and Bill, thank you so much. Johnny Estrada bats for the first time. Came in behind the plate. Estrada had a big year at AAA for the Braves this year, AAA All-Star. He got 286 since his call-up. In the air to center field, Bird misjudges it and then slips, and that ball is going to drop. Marlin thought it was hit a lot better. Kind of froze. It was hit off the end of the bat. And then he slipped on the turf, and so that'll be a hit for Johnny Estrada.
Estrada out in front of it, off the end of the bat, and you see Marlin take a couple steps back and then tries to come in and can't recover in time.
Brings on Rafael Percal. He is 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly and an RBI. Well hit, and Bird has to backtrack and makes up for it by making a fine running catch right at the track in front of the fence to retire the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. We go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Braves 5, Phils 2.
Passenger, electronic 4-wheel drive, Acura MDX. Power and safety, living in perfect harmony.
Sauteed onions and American cheese on a hoagie roll. The new authentic Philly cheesesteak at McDonald's. Yep, McDonald's.
What do people see in the new Chrysler Pacifica?
I see a man who knows where he's going in the world.
I see a rear tailgate that acts like a second set of hands.
I see a vehicle that fits our lives.
Introducing the Chrysler Pacifica, well beyond the SUV. Now very well qualified buyers can get a 2004 Pacifica for $0 down and just $319 a month.
On the Toyota American League scoreboard, the Tigers averted tying the mess for the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball, 120 losses. They won today 9-4 over Minnesota. Bobby Higginson hitting a home run for the Detroit Tigers. Yankees beat Baltimore 3-1. Alfonso Soriano is 38. Toronto 6 and Cleveland 2. Carlos Delgado, a grand slam, is 42nd. Tampa Bay beat Boston 3-1. White Sox over Kansas City in the 8th inning 5-1. Texas at Anaheim, Oakland at Seattle later on. At Seattle, Jamie Moyer goes for his 21st. And here it is 5-2 Atlanta. Roberto Hernandez is the new pitcher. This is his 66th game. He's won 5, lost 3, a 4.42 ERA. 60 hits in 59 innings, struck out 45, walked 43. Marlon Byrd is 2 for 3, and he has scored both Phillies runs, trying to set the table once again as the Phillies are down by 3. So those Tigers end up with 119 losses. 62 Mets, 120 as Dan Plesac gets up in the Phil's bullpen. 1 strike to Marlon Byrd. Two strikes to Marlon Byrd. Slider missed, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
See, Bobby Cox is getting his bullpen, trying to get the bullpen their work, and not overworking. It's actually worked out pretty good for him in this series, although yesterday Philly's able to come back. Phillies are trying to come back today.
It should be one of them as Marcus Giles just gets Marlon Byrd 1 down. And Ron Burke is standing by with the Tugger, the man who got the final out in the World Series of 1980, Tug McGraw.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with none other than Tug McGraw. And, Tug, you're looking good. Thank you. I feel good. I bet you do. You know, we began this season, even before the regular season, with you as someone we were talking about and caring about. And here we are on the final day at the vet. You look great. You're here among your brethren. It's been some year for you.
It has. It's been in April, I was still in the hospital down in Florida. And then the season came on, and I came up here, and I've had 2 brain surgeries since then. And now I'm here to help close out the season. And the vet's coming down, and we're here to celebrate the wonderful 3 years that we've had at the vet. And so what could be better? I'm still alive.
So it's a happy day. I mean,
it's a great day.
There's some sadness because an old friend, the vet, is leaving us. On some counts, you guys lived here for years. But it's a happy day as well.
It is. It's, you know, the new stadium is going to make us all forget about the vet. That's going to be a beautiful thing. But in the meantime, we got to make sure that this whole Veteran Stadium experience is capped off in a wonderful, exciting way.
Tug, it's good to see you. Actually, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
Enjoy yourself. Back to the booth.
All right, Ron, thank you, and thank you, Tug. And Jimmy Rollins is grounded out to pick unassisted. And Jason Michaels will bat for the second time. He came in for Bobby Abreu. Bobby was 1 for 2, assuring himself of a 300 season with over 100 RBIs. Bobby knocked in both runs of this game. Michaels a big hit off John Smoltz. And yesterday afternoon's win, and Phil's got 2 off Smoltz in the 9th inning. Smoltz, as lights out of step as he has not had really great success here at Veterans Stadium.
No, he hasn't. Got to him a couple of times.
So he's one visiting player that won't be sad to see the vet leave. 3 balls and a strike to Michaels. Driven into left field. Bragg can't get it, gets by him. It's backed up, or Longerhans, excuse me. Bragg backs up Longerhans. And Jason Michaels has himself a 2-base hit. And perhaps, the last at bat at Veterans Stadium for Jim Thome. Fans are on their feet. They're certainly appreciative of the kind of year this big guy has had for the Phils. Leads the league in home runs.
He has just had a superb year. And probably one last chance to tie Michael Jack for most home runs in a season by a Philly.
Lifetime, he is 5 for 15 against Hernandez. Roberto struck him out 7 times. And all 5 of his hits have been singles as he blazes that 96-mile-an-hour fastball on the inside corner. 1 strike to Thome.
Well, he's going for it. He has a hack.
Strike to Thome.
Really no sense for him to go up there and not go for it.
Right. Two balls and a strike.
Jersey lady has her Thome jersey on.
Popped him up. Third base side. Garcia in fair territory puts it away, and so that will retire the side here in the 8th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 left. We've go to the ninth inning. It's 5-2 Atlanta.
A 240 horsepower V6 engine. A Honda satellite linked navigation system. Dual zone automatic climate control. An XM satellite radio. All this plus an extra large leather trimmed interior. For when you need it most. The spacious Accord EX V6 for 2004. From Honda.
KFC's popcorn chicken is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Big, juicy pieces of all-white breast meat, now with fewer crumbs. Get a party size for just $6.99 or an individual size for just $1.99. New, bigger, better popcorn chicken, only from KFC. Create and direct your own TV commercial. Visit KFC.com.
The new 2004 Pontiac Grand Prix is turning some heads. Firmly planted to the road. The V6 feels as if it's a V8. Outclasses Accord and Camry. Now leasing new 2004 Grand Prix GT with driver's package for around $259 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. See your local Pontiac dealer.
On the Toyota National League scoreboard, Montreal has beaten Cincinnati 2-1. Florida over the New York Mets 4-0. Dontrell Willis wins his 14th. Houston has an 8-2 lead on Milwaukee in the 8th. A little too late for the Astros. Baggy has hit 2 home runs, numbers 38 and 39 for Jeff Bagwell. Pittsburgh and the Cubs are 2-2 in the 6th inning. That doesn't mean anything. The Cubs are in. Dodgers in San Francisco with possible home field meeting. There in the 1st inning, 0-0. St. Louis at Arizona, Colorado at San Diego later on. Here, Nick Punto has come into play third base, replacing Tomas Perez.
And Larry Bow is going to go out and make a change, and
he's going to bring Tomey out so Tomey can get his just standing ovation. Going to get his just standing ovation. A good move by Larry Bow. Let him take the field. Let him come off Veterans Stadium for the last time in this ballpark and get his just due, a standing O from the sellout crowd here at the back. They appreciate what Jim Tomey has done for this baseball team this year. There he is.
What a job.
So Tomas Perez has moved to first base, and Nick Punto is at third. Giles smothers a ground foul. Having at one to Marcus Giles, we're in the 9th inning. It's 5-2. Atlanta leading. Bouncing ball shortstop, Jimmy Rollins. Throws out Marcus Giles. It's one down. That'll bring up Gary Sheffield, who has played the whole game. Sheff is 2 for 4. Have scored a run. They take a 1-0 lead on San Francisco. And that could be a big game for the Braves to get a home field throughout the playoffs.
Well, if the Braves win today, they have it.
I think what's going on is the Eagles have just scored a touchdown. That's what you're hearing. A lot of fans are listening to how the Birds are doing at Buffalo, and they have just scored a touchdown. Quest of their first win, and that'll give them a pretty big lead. They were leading by 3. Nothing in 2. Yep. That's that Bryant Westbrook. Nothing in 2, the count to Sheffield. High pop fly into shallow left. Look at how far out Punto is, and he's in foul ground and waiting for it. Makes the catch. That's 2 down. And we'll bring on Brian Longerhans. Longerhans has struck out in his only at bat. Larry Bowa is going to bring in Dan Plesac to perhaps be the last pitcher.
That also could
the
be
Phils at Veterans Stadium.
Could be Plesac's last game.
That's a good move too. It's nice to see Danny coming in here. Pitching change for the Phils. 5-2 Atlanta. We'll be back after these messages.
The powerful Nissan Altima. It looks good on the coast. It looks good in the city. It looks good in the country. And with a special lease price of just $219 a month, imagine how good it'll look in your driveway. The stylish Nissan Altima, now $219 a month.
Oh, well, my old bank had branches that were open 7 days a week in Newtown Square, in Wayne, in Devon, which is really convenient if you live in Newtown Square, in Wayne, in Devon. I live in Paoli.
Dan Plesac might be the last pitcher wearing a Phillies uniform here at Veterans Stadium. And it's fitting, certainly, that the 41-year-old Danny has the ball here. 58th game, 2-1 with 2 saves at 2.73 ERA. 33 innings, 29 hits, 36 strikeouts, 11 walks. Ron Burke standing by with some... Oh, I'm sorry. Anthony Gargano is standing by with some fans who are looking forward to the closing ceremony of Veterans Stadium. Anthony.
Thank you, Harry. Everybody's awaiting the great ceremony that's going to follow the vet. I'm with Mike Modallo, longtime Phillies fan. Mike, what do you want to see happen with the ceremony?
I just want to see all the guys come out and, be heroes I've seen growing up last, 29 years of my life. It's Tome and all the new guys, old guys, Schmidt, Carlton, especially McGraw. Just see them all pay tribute to this place. It's going to be kind of sad to see it go.
I see the sadness that kind of overwhelm you right now.
Yeah, it's driving up. We were looking at it, and I've been to at least a couple hundred games here. It's just going to be terrible to see it go. I mean, the new place is going to be great, but every game I've seen has been here. It's been,
That's right. Thanks, guys. Back to you, Harry.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. And
great sign right there.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
cry because it's over. Smile because it happened.
Many, many memories here from Veterans Stadium in its 33-year history. Bill's new home, Citizens Bank Park, and I would like to see Dan Plesac punch out this Longerhans.
Yes. Now this could be Danny Plesac's been talking for the last couple weeks. Should he come? Actually, I think when the Phillies were eliminated, he talked to it at length on the plane. I don't know if I'm coming back. He had mixed emotions last year when he thought the Phillies were in the right going in the right direction and did the right things in the winter. He wanted to come back. He wants to finish in the playoffs. And it's emotional time for him.
I'd love to see him get a punch out here. 3-2 to Longerhans.
And Dan Plesac is done an outstanding job for the Phillies this year, 41 years young.
Bouncing ball, it's a foul ball. Souvenir being given to the fans there by Glenn Hubbard.
And as he said this morning, he said, you know what, I've got 18 years of zero regrets, whatever I decide to do, and he's had an excellent career, and I don't think he can go wrong with whatever he decides, whatever he's going to be happiest with. But it's a tough time too when you know it's over.
Struck him out. All right, Dan Plesac. What a way to go. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. We go to the bottom half of the ninth inning. In the last game at Veterans Stadium. Phillies need a rally. The Braves lead this game by a score of 5-2.
Time you're in my heart again. And when you go.
You're running out of time to see the Phillies play at Veterans Stadium. Are you ready to fast forward to next season? 2004 Phillies at spectacular Citizens Bank Park. Call 215-463-5000 now for season ticket information.
Part of your life and lifestyle. Building our future together. Sheet Metal Workers Local 19. Sheet Metal Contractors Association. Partners in progress.
September is clearance month at your Dodge dealers. It's your chance to make 0 down payments, 0 payments for 6 months, and get 0% APR financing or cash allowances up to $5,250, which includes $750 for military personnel. Plus, get Dodge's 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. 0 in on all the savings during September clearance month, now through September 30th. See your Dodge dealer for the best values in America.
We'll have 2 cheeseburgers.
We've shut down the grill. You can order from our late night menu.
What's on it?
Nothing I'd eat.
Hungry and it's late? Come to Wendy's pickup window for something fresh and eat great, even late.
Hey, if you're going to Wendy's, bring me back a Frosty.
Bottom half of the ninth inning, 5-2 Atlanta. Mike Hessman comes into play left field for the Braves. Darren Bragg moves to right field. Gary Sheffield out, and Jason Marquis is the new pitcher. Mike Lieberthal will be the first one to face Marquis, who in 20 games, 2 starts, is 0-0 with a 5.67 ERA. Lieberthal is 1 for 3 with a double. 1 ball and no strikes. Mike, good career numbers against Marquis, 5 for 12 with a home run. 2 balls and no strikes. Two and one. Cook juggles momentarily, recovers in time. And that's 1 down. It'll bring up Pat Burrell. Well, the cheering for Pat Burrell is being totally drowned out by the cheers for Pat. There are some boos, but the cheers are drowning out the boos. strike to Burrell. Bill Giles looking on. 1-1. Two strikes. President and CEO David Montgomery. Base hit center field. Burrell is a one-out base runner for Chase Utley. He's grounded out twice and won. Vice President, Director of Public Relations for the Phils, Larry Shank in a tuxedo there, has worked just tirelessly to put this final innings weekend together, and what a job he has done. Strikes.
I think it's hard for me to believe that it's not going to be here next year. That's because we're still here. I'm trying to realize that it's the last game ever here. I think it'll really sink in once you drive down this way next March and it's not here.
One ball and one strike to Chase Utley.
Field of memories. Certainly a lot of them here.
Liberty Bell. Used to be a Liberty Bell on the press level, dead center field that Greg Luzinski had once with just a tracer that was still going up. I still maintain that's the hardest hit ball at Veterans Stadium, down at the bowl. And hit that Liberty Bell. And men on press row, and a lot of them today, covering this, the final event at Veterans Stadium. Jack Shure there of Associated Press.
Glad to see he's okay.
He's okay. He had to be taken to the hospital yesterday. There's Jack. He had to be taken to the hospital yesterday when he felt faint and kind of passed out here in the press box during the game.
Said it was a combination of medicine or something that just was wrong, or something that didn't sit right with him, and got real lightheaded and fainted. And
he spent the night at the hospital, but great to see him here, and he's just doing fine. Full count to Utley, ground ball. They're going to get one. They are going to turn a double play, and that is going to end the ball game and end the Phillies season and end the Veterans Stadium. So, no runs, a hit, no errors, none left. Atlanta wins the final game at the Vet by a score of 5-2. And the fans are still standing here as memories of the Vet for everybody here at Veterans Stadium, for the sold-out crowd, for all of us, for everyone who works here. The memories of this ballpark are going to be with us for as long as we live. The Atlanta Braves will go on to the playoffs to play the Chicago Cubs. And the Phils have played their final game here at Veterans Stadium. Our Chevrolet player of the game, well, let's give it to Dan Plesac, L.A. The Stadium struck him right on out of there.
You got my vote.
Yes, sir. Nice going, Danny. He was our Chevrolet player of the game. Atlanta has won it by a score of 5-2. Tips his cap to the crowd as the fans certainly had some memories. It would have been nice to have postseason. That wasn't to be, but it was a good year, and they went right down to the last week with a chance for postseason. Jim Thomey's heroics. Just been a lot of fun here in 2003 and the last year of Veterans Stadium. And we'll be back with the totals and a recap of this afternoon's game. It was won by the Atlanta Braves by a score of 5-2 right after these messages.
I think it's the word warehouse in our name that makes some people feel that our quality can't be up to par. But the fact is, the suits we carry are made with the same attention to detail as those that others sell for hundreds more. But because we sell so many, we can sell them for hundreds less. To our customers, we're like a small men's boutique. And it's only when they see the price that the word warehouse makes sense. Men's Warehouse. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
There's a long drive. This Colonial Nissan is out of here. With these home run deals, it's hard to keep them in stock. Drive a brand new Pathfinder from just $19,990. That's a steal. How about this Colonial Nissan Altima from just $99.90? Another steal. And you're safe with 0% APR for 5 years. Colonial's sizzling sales event now.
If you can't make a deal with me, you can't make a deal with anybody.
Colonial Nissan.
Grilled steak, sauteed onions, and American cheese on a hoagie roll. The new authentic Philly cheesesteak at McDonald's. Yep, McDonald's.
Oh, well, my old bank had branches that were open 7 days a week in Newtown Square, in Wayne, in Devon, which is really convenient if you live in Newtown Square, in Wayne, in Devon. I live in Paoli.
Phillies baseball has been brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light. By Citizens Bank, not your typical bank. By your local Toyota dealers. Get the feeling, Toyota. And by Independence Blue Cross. You deserve it. Curtain closer here at Veterans Stadium belongs to the Atlanta Braves. With the winning Braves, 5 runs, 13 hits, no errors. They left 8th. The Phils, 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error, leaving 5. Greg Maddux will be the last winning pitcher at Veterans Stadium. He goes 16-11. The loss goes to Kevin Millwood, 14-12. Jason Marquis records a save, his first. As Veterans Stadium is history, this the final game of the vet with closing ceremonies coming up. It is nearly closing time. Thanks for being with us all year. John Slobodkin has been our producer. And it is closing time here at Veterans Stadium, the final game at the historic old vet. So stay tuned for the closing ceremony. It's closing time.
Haven't you always wanted to own a piece of Vet Stadium? It's like owning a piece of history. It's like owning a piece of my soul. And now you can, by purchasing a pair of authentic, vintage Vet Stadium seats. Each pair of seats comes with its own certificate of authenticity, and each carries the unique patina that can only come with the passage of time. Mustard.
Vet Stadium seats are on sale now. Call 215-463-1000 or visit Phillies.com.
2003 Chevy Cars and Trucks. The facts are in.
Fact, your local Chevy dealer is moving out the 03s. Did we mention we're moving out the 03s? Get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers on every 2003 Chevy except SSR. Or get $4,500 cash back on Chevy Trailblazer. Or $5,500 total cash back on Trailblazer EXT or Suburban. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Well, my old bank had branches that were open 7 days a week. It had them in Jenkintown, in Abington, in Willow Grove, which is great if you live in Jenkintown, in Abington, in Willow Grove. I live in Glenside. Well, that's the last of it.
The original rugged Nissan Pathfinder, and coming soon, the new full-size Pathfinder Armada. Two Pathfinders, countless adventures.
Haven't you always wanted to own a piece of Vet Stadium? It's like owning a piece of history. It's like owning a piece of my soul. And now you can, by purchasing a pair of authentic, vintage Vet Stadium seats. Each pair of seats comes with its own certificate of authenticity, and each carries the unique patina that can only come with the passage of time. Mustard.
Vet Stadium seats are on sale now. Call 215-463-1000 or visit Phillies.com.
2003 Chevy cars and trucks. The facts are in. Fact, your local Chevy dealer is moving out the 03s. Did we mention we're moving out the 03s? Get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers on every 2003 Chevy except SSR. Or get $4,500 cash back on Chevy Trailblazer. Or $5,500 total cash back on Trailblazer EXT or Suburban. See your local Chevy dealer today.
It came along at the perfect time. A multi-purpose stadium built to suit a team on the rise. As their legion of new stars grew in stature, it served as their stage. And a grand one it was. It never became a shrine, but it did reflect its city's character. Rugged, worn, tested, unyielding. Veterans Stadium has one mark of distinction. It is the only home in which the Phillies became world champions. The final innings have been played. Now we say goodbye to a dear friend whose time has come.
Welcome back to Veterans Stadium. Time now for some final memories from this ballpark. I'm Andy Musser. Pleased to be back here today working with Chris Wheeler for some of the memories that we shared over the years in this park. And Wheels, I don't know about you, but a lot of our life was spent here.
I was thinking that just looking at you. You know, you say, what are you thinking about right now? I'm thinking about all the great times that you and I had together working on radio and television here and back in the old WCAU days. I tell everybody my recollections of Veterans Stadium started on April 10th on opening day when you got me tickets. And I sat in section 334 and I was a fan watching the game that day. So I started out as a fan, was lucky enough to work here all these years and work with you all those years. And it's great, Andy. I mean, it's been a fun day. It's been a very emotional day, and I'm sure what we're going to go through right now is not going to leave a dry eye in the house.
I suppose that's true. With Harry doing the MC, why, that's almost guaranteed. You know, talking about Wheels getting tickets for me that opening day, he wound up paying for those tickets in the certain sense that I was working for WCAU in those days, and my family was here, and they needed a ride home. I had to go straight to work, so Wheels took Unju, Alan, and Luann back home.
Yes, I did.
Did I ever thank you for that?
Yes, and it was a small price to pay for being here on that freezing cold afternoon and seeing the Phillies win. I think it was 4-1 over the Expos that day, and it was just a great time.
I don't know whether you remember or not, but in the press box, they handed out this little keychain. Opening of the ballpark, and I have carried that chain every day since.
That's amazing. I remember having one of those too. I have no idea where it is right now.
Let's take a look at Veterans Stadium and some of the firsts and lasts that happened here.
Well, we were just talking about April 10th, Andy. Boots Day was the first batter. Bo got the first hit. Ron Hunt of the Expos scored. Saw Don Money last night. We were talking about that he had hit the first home run here. And, of course, Senator Jim Bunning won the ball game, 55,000 here then. And here's what happened here today.
Yeah, today's memories, these will be the answers to trivia questions down the line. Interesting, too, that the crowd today was 3,000 larger than it was when the ballpark opened. Huh?
Yeah, well, this place, it's funny, this place got to where you can hold over 60-some thousand at one time. And then, of course, seats were taken out to put in some different luxury boxes and other things like that. And the baseball crowds now are the sellouts are 58 plus, and that's what we had here all weekend. So, yeah, it started out 55, went over 60, and finishes up in 58. Next year, it'll be 42, 43 in that area with the new Citizens Bank Park.
And you don't see anybody leaving, by the way. It's like a fireworks night, except that this is going to be one of a kind. We've had so many great fireworks shows, and Wills, it also occurs to me that, of course, we're focused on baseball as everybody would expect, but we have to realize that over the years, this ballpark was home to a lot of different things, notably the Eagles, of course, but the great concerts that have been here, some boxing matches, the Army-Navy games, and even some religious revival.
Oh, yeah. Well, this has been a tremendous facility. It's probably much maligned. I think as much of anything, Andy, was because of the turf that so many people talked about in a negative way, but the Phillies never felt that way about it. Here's your vet season, regular season totals over the years. And look at the innings that were played. Gosh, I'm sitting here. What got me when I looked at it is I think I saw every one of them of those innings that have been played here, and all the attendance of over 66 million, and you see 4,000 home runs. It's just, there it is. So look at the vet right now, and we're going to close it down here with some spectacular post-game show. And, we don't want to let on to a lot of it's going to be, but Larry Schenk has been working on this for, oh, gosh. And this time last year, we were to Cincinnati, Andy, and saw the Reds close, and he was there for that and for some other closings at different ballparks and taking notes on what they want to do or don't want to do. So, you know the way they do things around here. It'll be done right.
Your dear and good friend Denny Lehman was here today. Denny worked here for a long time. He served us our final cheeseburgers at Connie Mack Stadium. And Denny, of course, as I say, is now with the Indians. And I said to Denny, I said, does anybody do ceremonies better than the Phillies? And he said, nobody in baseball.
No, they do a great job. There are a lot of people here that really have a feel for that, for the party that was here last night at the Constitution Center. And that was a great time to see everybody. And this is going to be very, very special today. I mean, it's one of those ones we kid around about a VCR alert. Well, if you're watching us right now, pop a tape in the VCR. You might want to see this again, because they have done a terrific job in putting together a wonderful program we're going to have for you shortly.
Unfortunately, the Phillies could not win this final game. It would have been nice to go out on a happy note with a victory here today. But the Phils came up short. But I think, Wills, thinking back on this year, the final year at Veterans Stadium, it was not a disappointment at all. I think fans may have a little disappointing feeling about it right now because coming down the stretch, it didn't happen. But you look back on this year, when you leave spring training, your goal is to stay in the race all year, and the Phillies did that.
Yeah, well, it started to fall apart, unfortunately, a little bit last weekend with the Reds losses and then losing to Flora. But, as you said, it was a fun year, Andy.
Well, things are getting ready on the field now. We're going to take a break and come back, so don't go away. The final moments of Veterans Stadium coming up very shortly.
The Hyundai Elantra, a comparison, more standard features, and a more powerful engine than a Honda Civic LX. All for over $2,000 less when comparably equipped. And only the Elantra is protected by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Elantra, nicely equipped for just $12,199 at your Hyundai dealer.
Hurry into the Hyundai winning season clearance and get up to $2,000 cash back or 0% APR for up to 60 months.
Veterans Stadium getting ready ready to celebrate the final moments here. The final innings already have been played. It's Andy Musser with Chris Wheeler. And Wheels, a lot of folks that I ran into today were very, very, very nostalgic about these ceremonies here today. It's amazing that so many feelings have built up for what really is just an edifice.
Yeah, well, I think it's a game of baseball that does it too, Andy. I mean, this sport brings people together, brings families together, because, you know, you play all year, it becomes part of people's lives. And there were, you know, everybody wants to talk about some of the bad teams that were here, and there have been bad teams, but there were great teams here too. You had 3 World Series in this stadium. I mean, that's a lot of World Series and many, many good times. That's probably part of the whole thing, I think. The Fanatic, his last dance.
Yeah. And you had 2 All-Star games played here, and some great opposing players. I mean, the great Phillies are going to be back, and you'll be seeing them here before too long, but when you stop and think about all the opposing players that came through this ballpark, it's just amazing.
Yeah, lots of great. I saw Willie Mays play here, and Hank Aaron, and so many great players. Well, here's what the Veterans Stadium looks like, of course, and now you're going to take Citizens Bank Park and drop it in there, and it's much smaller. You know, the dimensions are much smaller. It's much more fan-friendly. There's going to be a lot of angles in there, you know, where you get inside the park, home runs, triples, and those kind of things. And of course, the seating is really, really close. So a very, very different. It's a baseball park. I mean, this place was built as a multi-purpose stadium, and it was okay for baseball, okay for football. The new football field across the street evidently is great for football. And this place, Andy, is going to be great for baseball.
I had an occasion to be able to see a football game at the Link already, and it is outstanding. And the Fanatic has some friends joining him here this afternoon. It's funny, Will, when you think back at the time that these multi-purpose stadiums were built, they were a compromise in a certain sense. We found that out as the years went by. But really, among the multi-purpose stadiums built, this, I believe, was one of the best.
Oh, absolutely was one of the best, and has been here the longest. I mean, the rest of them have crumbled, basically. St. Louis still has theirs, but theirs is very different because they don't have a football team there anymore, so they were able to make it into a baseball stadium. And they're going to have a new ballpark in a couple of years in St. Louis. So, yeah, this thing has held up fine. It's had its share of problems over the year, but it's also had a lot of good things. My point still is, if it hadn't been for the turf, if this had been grass and dirt, you'd hear a lot less bad things said about it over the years, because most of it came from the turf. We're going to head on down to the field right now and join PA announcer Dan Baker.
To help with the closing ceremonies, please welcome the person who was the master of ceremonies right here at Philadelphia Veterans Stadium when the Vet opened in 1971. The voice of the Phillies, Hall of Fame broadcaster, Harry Kalas. Harry Kalas.
Thank you. Thank you all. I love you. Veterans Stadium. God bless you. Thank you so much. Veterans Stadium is a building. The memories come from the great people who work here. The players who grace this field, donning the uniform of the Fightin' Phils. And most of all, the memories come from you, the best fans in America. We love you. There are some of those who can't be with us today who are looking down on us from above. We thank you. Whitey, I know you're with us today. Thank you, Whitey. There's been a lot said and written about Veterans Stadium. Skip Denenberg, a Philadelphia songwriter, folk singer, and Phillies fan, said it best in this musical video you will see on Panavision. place we will remember forever. As you know, baseball is a game of numbers. In the history of Veterans Stadium, 2,617 regular season and 25 postseason games have been played here. More than 500 players have worn Phillies pinstripe uniforms during more than 24,000 innings. The biggest number of all, it's you fans. More than 68 million of you fans have been here to see the Phils play. Thank you. God bless you. Maybe you saw the last game at Connie Mack Stadium or the first game here at the Vet. Now you're taking part in another historic moment in Phillies history. Perhaps you came to your first game of the Vet with your dad or your mom, a special one-on-one occasion you will always cherish. Perhaps you came to your first game as a family. Family outings have always been one of the many beauties of this great game. Maybe you came with a large group or just a couple of friends or neighbors. Perhaps you had your first date here at the Vet. Maybe you even got engaged. It has happened here very often. Perhaps the Vet was a place you saw only on TV or heard about on radio broadcasts. My colleagues and I were honored to make you part of the Vet scene through these 33 years. Veterans Stadium was once a crown jewel, the pride of the city, the team, and the fans. Because of Father Time, the Vet's undergone a little wear and tear. It's only fitting that Veterans Stadium be treated with the utmost respect as we begin the closing ceremonies. One more memory we can take with us today. Before we begin the final curtain call, we want to recognize a very special person. He is in his 48th year with the Phillies. He served the organization as a scout, director of the minor leagues, general manager, twice as manager, including the 1983 National League Championship Phillies. Turn your attention to Fanavision for a video highlighting the career of a man who was the architect of the great Phillies teams of the 70s and 80s.
Hi, this is Dallas Green. If you had to select an MVP for the 33 years of Veterans Stadium, my most valuable person has to be the Pope, Paul Owens. With almost half a century in professional baseball, I've never seen a better judge of talent or a better ability to know what's in a man's heart. Nobody outworked him, and nobody gave back more to the sport. Most of the players selected by you, the fans, to the All-Veterans Stadium team came courtesy of Mr. Paul Owens. Take a bow, Pope. You certainly deserve it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul the Pope Owens. Thank you, Pope, for the wonderful years you put in to make Veterans Stadium such a great memory for us. Paul the Pope Owens. Veterans Stadium truly is a field of memories, and we are going to go through the years. We ask you to keep your eyes on the field and Fanavision as we go through the years of Veterans Stadium, starting with the very first year, 1971.
We want to mention to you, for those of you who are tuning in the broadcast today, there is going to be no further announcement on the PA as these various players come out. It's going to be done in silence for effect. And we want to keep you abreast of who's going to come out. And you see Senator Jim Bunning, Rick Wise, and Don Money.
First year of Veterans Stadium. And Jim Bunning with the first game. Rick Wise, of course, pitched a no-hitter that year in Cincinnati. Hit 6 home runs for the Phils. And Don Money hit the first home run at Veterans Stadium.
longtime employees are going to lead the guys out with the flags. That's Michael DeMuzio right there leading the 71 guys out.
Ready for the 72 team, including Terry Harmon, Mike Ryan, and Willie Montañez.
There's Irish now living up in New Hampshire and retired and just enjoying himself. And the great Guillermo Willie the Philly Montañez coming out now.
Now by Mike Roganzinski and Wayne Twitchell.
Rogo still makes his home in the area, of course. And Twitch was a member of the All-Star team. There he is.
Being represented by a true gentleman, a fellow who apparently hasn't aged today, Gentleman Jim Lonborg.
Dr. Jim Lonborg, right? A doctor of dental surgery. There's Ronnie, great hero with the Red Sox.
As soon as they realize who's coming out, because he was voted many times one of the fan all-time favorites, TT, Tony Taylor.
Tony, longtime member of the Florida Marlins organization, and now basically retired, living in South Florida.
We go to 76. That was my first year of joining you, Wheels. And skipper Danny Ozark.
The Wizard of Oz.
The Wizard of Oz.
He's having a great time being back here this weekend. You know, it's been fun to catch up with Danny and talk about the old times. What a good guy.
Led the team to 3 division titles, 76, 77, 78.
And he looks like he's going out to make a pitching change, and here comes Gene Garber behind him, a guy he used to bring into games.
Gino would come in and stop hitting streaks like he did with Pete Rose. Now we go to 1977, and this will be represented by one of baseball's funny guys, Jay Johnstone.
I love Jay here in Philadelphia because he worked with us on the prison telecast.
One of the great defensive outfielders with the Phillies, Jerry Mud Martin.
Jerry is still a member of the organization, works in the minor leagues.
Full house here at Veterans Stadium to watch these ceremonies. On to 79, representative of that team coming out, Warren Brewstar out of the bullpen.
Brewman, sinker slider, those nasty eyes. Nobody really liked to hit off him. He did a great job here for a number of years, and he's still off. Another guy who's also a member 1980.
Yeah, and we'll have quite a few representatives of this club coming back, as you might imagine. There's the skipper, Dallas Green. Marty Bystrom, Dickie Knowles, Del Unser, Ruben Amaro Jr., and John Vukovic. By the way, Dallas obviously enjoying himself. He was hoarse today. He had laryngitis.
A lot of guys were thankful for that.
For Dallas to be anywhere near silent is a miracle. There's Dickie Knowles.
Yeah, so Marty come out. It was 5-0 in September. Dickie Knowles, who pitched so well, of course, knocked George Brett down in that World Series game. A lot of people think that changed some things around. Dickie does a great job in the organization now, helping with drug and alcohol counseling.
There's Del Unser.
How many big hits did he get?
Boy, he was amazing off the bench. The world champions that year, and we're wearing gold rings from that year, the only one in the history of the organization.
Kind of neat, too. All these guys that are coming out are still working for the organization, except for Marty Bystrom is in private business, but the other guys are all part of the organization.
Ruben Amaro Sr., and of course his son is the assistant general manager of the team, and Ruby involved as well.
Our boy Johnny Vuko.
Third base coach Johnny. He's a wired-in fixture around here.
He can smile. Johnny doesn't smile a whole lot on the field, but there he goes.
Team. Dick Ruthven represents the 81ers.
And Rufus, of course, was a big part of the 80 team, and also in 81 pitched for the Braves and the Cubs. Son's a pretty good ball player at Georgia.
Didn't have to go too far to get the 82 representative. Just down in the dugout, we're talking about Greg Gross. Gigi, like Unser, lots of big hits at 82 team.
And Greg Gross is finishing up another year as a Phillies hitting instructor. Sandy said you have to go too far to get this guy. Still makes his home in the area.
As we move along to 83, that one, of course, was a pennant-winning year as well. Phillies against the Orioles in the World Series that year, and Bobby Dernier gave us a real thrill that year. And so did Al Holland, who will be right behind Bobby.
Bobby Dernier just did a head first that night. He had that inside the park home run where he slid head first. That was great.
Hope appreciated that.
Yeah. Here comes Bullet, Al Holland.
Mr. T, they called him those days.
Reminded Andy walked right by home plate because he wasn't real familiar with that area.
Heard you guys kid about that quite a bit.
Yeah, he didn't hit too much. Comes Ozzie.
Ozzie had some big hits. We're talking about Ozzie Virgil in 85, one of the all-around good guys. Pump him up, Ozzie. Pittsburgh. Here's the Rock, Steve Bedrosian.
He had some bullets.
He sure did.
In this ballpark, and acknowledging every year, you see it starting to grow throughout the outfield, going from left to right. Bedrock he just sat down out there on the mound. He's a beauty with it. Your classic relief pitcher, Andy.
Yeah, still wearing the socks the same way, too.
Here comes another one.
Oh, yeah, well, this guy is legitimate because he's a left-hander.
This is another beauty right here.
This is our good friend Don Carmen. That game on Prism where the Phillies played the Mets, and this fella hit 2 home runs in the first inning.
And for a long time, the only player in the history of the game to do that, until a couple of Mariners did it, Mike Cameron and Brett Boone, but Ron Hayes had that record. And listen to the cheer for a guy that used to boo. That's nice. He was a tremendous player. Tommy coming here and contributing for a while.
Here's a fellow who pitched a no-hitter in a Phillies uniform. He'll always be remembered for that. Tommy Green.
One of these fun guys to be around.
Bill and Nancy Giles enjoying the ceremonies as much as anybody here today.
Just great how many of these guys, they stayed in shape. They look great. It's fun to be around them this week. Here comes Dunky.
Mariano Duncan, always a smiling face. Another really good guy to be around.
Emotions of faces a lot of these guys, Andy, as they're walking out. Yeah. They're feeling it.
We're going to 94 now, and Spiky Randy Reddy represents that team.
Randy Reddy over the John Kruk Field from San Diego. Had some good years here for the Phils. Now he's a minor league manager in the Brewers organization. The Detroit organization.
In 95, Tyler Green joined the
was doing a little football coaching, basketball coaching up in Connecticut. Did some post-game stuff for us this year. Comcast post-game live. And here comes Gomesy. Wayne Gomes was a AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre.
Out of Old Dominion.
Gentleman in the game right here, a guy that pitched for the Phils for a few years, and he now with the Atlanta Braves was injured all year, Paul Berg.
Here's Bernie.
Some of the guys that are still on this club started with 2000.
Right. Ramon Henderson, of course, is the bullpen coach. Amari Telemaco, who pitched yesterday, and Tomas Perez, who played today. Group of 2001 here as well. Tony Scott, current first base coach. Nick Punto, Jason Michaels, David Coggin, and Brandon Duckworth, all representing 2001.
There, a heck of a year for the Phillies this year, Jason Michaels. He was just tremendous in a utility role. He plays the game right. Be a kick, Andy, for some of these young guys like Brandon Duckworth and Nick Punto come walking out on a day like this.
And now we go to last year, and Wheels, these fellas are all still current members of the Phillies.
Sure. Carlos Silva. Some of the guys, you know, had flights and all, maybe won't be part of it. They're trying to bring out as many as possible. Todd Pratt. This next guy coming out, Larry Bowa, did a heck of a thing today. He got him in the game. Dan Plesac might retire after this year. Pratty, a big ovation. But I thought it was really great to see Dan Plesac get the ball game today and get a strikeout, and maybe his last batter that he ever faced. One of the great guys and heck of a pitcher that ever been in the game.
Well, if he's going to retire, this is a terrific way for him to remember his final day in a big league uniform.
Yeah, takes a little dirt.
And here comes Vincente Padilla.
That's some year.
baseball is. That's Kelly Stinnett. Came over to deal from Cincinnati.
Josh Hancock coming out now.
Got to pitch a couple innings today. Some of the young guys, Jeff Geary, Travis Chapman will be coming out behind him. Some of the guys from Scranton, they got a call up in September, got some major league experience. That's Travis Chapman. And that, of course, is Ryan Madison, the young right-hander, had a fine year at Scranton. Got his major league debut yesterday, puts a couple scoreless innings. One other young player, Anderson Machado. Had a big hand for all these guys. Dan Baker's going to take it back pretty soon, Andy.
The starting lineups for the Philadelphia Phillies.
This will be, of course, the current player and some of the great Phillies from the past who have played the same position. These are the left fielders, Pat Burrell, Milt Thompson, and the Bull, Greg Luzinski. Soon to be the man who runs Bull's Barbecue on Ashburn Alley next year. And he'll do a fine job at that.
But he will.
He'll let us know what's good out there.
Mighty Bull. Now we go to
What a group
the
this is
center
gonna be.
fielders, yeah. Great center fielders at the cold here, starting with this year's Marlon Byrd.
Marlon Byrd really had an unbelievable year once he got that leadoff spot, and a lot of hope for him.
Lenny Dykstra, the dude. One of the heroes of the 93 club coming out.
Well, I was Wallenberg. Next guy's going to get a few cheers, too. He's done a great job in the booth.
He has. He's been your colleague this summer. There he is.
My boy Johnny.
He's not an athlete. He's a baseball player. Polanco at second base.
That's Tomas now. Yeah.
Tomas now?
Yeah. They moved. I guess they moved a few things around. Glad to see Tomas is still around. So like I said, some guys probably have to leave a little early, but most of them are going to stick around, they thought.
But we know the fans will recognize the other two candidates we have at second base.
Manny Trio.
Here's Manny.
1,000-watt smile.
One of the best arms of any second baseman in the history of baseball. And another great, great fan favorite, Sammy Juan Samuel.
The all-vet team. Sammy with the Detroit Tigers, he's had a long year. He's glad to be here.
Shortstop now, and current occupant Jimmy Rollins.
They're pretty good guys coming out right now.
Really?
Jimmy and Kevin Stocker and Larry Bowen will get some ovation.
Here comes Lefty.
Say no more.
For the Veterans Stadium Field of Memories Heroes. Let's all say goodbye to the vet in song. Would you all please join me in singing Old Lang Syne to our beloved Veterans Stadium? And now the closing ceremonies will continue with each player on the field getting one last chance to touch home plate. We'll begin with 1971 and Jim Bunning, the winning pitcher in the first game here in 1971. And we'll continue on through the years with the players touching home plate.
Jim Bunning, as Harry just said, to lead the charge, but after they all touch home plate, there's some other stuff coming. Don't leave.
Jim Bunning. No-hit pitcher Rick Wise. Don Money. Harry Harmon. Irish Mike Ryan. Guillermo Willie Montañez. Mike Rogodzinski. Wayne Twitchell. Jim Lundborg. T.T. Tony Taylor. Manager Danny Ozark. Gene Garber. Jay Johnstone. Jerry Martin. Warren Brewstar. Big D. Dallas Green. Marty Bystrom. Dickie Ray Knowles. Dale Unser. Ruben Amaro Sr.
Well, I'll say, up here in the booth, Andy Musser and I have goosebumps like boulders. I can't imagine what it's like down there in the field. Anthony Gargano, take it away.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's incredible. The tears are starting to flow. I'm watching the faces of Jim Thome and Lefty, and it's It's amazing.
My partner, L.A. Larry Anderson.
Ozzie Virgil.
Latique Kent-Tekulve.
Steve Petrosian.
John Carmen.
Todd Trax.
Von Hayes.
Tommy Herr.
Tommy Green.
Mariano Duncan.
Mitchie Pooh, Mitch Williams. Randy Reddy.
Tyler Green.
Gary Barshow.
Ricky Bottelico.
Ruben Amaro Jr.
Wayne Gold.
Rico Bronya.
Paul Bird.
Ramon Henderson.
Amari Telemaco.
David Coggin.
Brandon Duckworth.
Jason Michaels.
Nick Punto.
Tony Scott.
Carlos Silva.
The last pitcher to wear the Phillies strip pinstripes on this mound at the vet, Dan Plesac.
Vicente Padilla.
Joe Kerrigan.
Chase Utley.
Brett Myers.
Riel Cormier.
Kelly Stinnett.
Jeff Geary.
Josh Hancock.
Ryan Madsen.
Travis Chapman. Anderson Machado.
Pat Farrell.
on this great ball field here at Veterans Stadium. The final moment to take to the mound was time to get one last out. Who do you call on?
Special salute to a guy who works very hard behind the scenes, Larry Schenk, who put this all together. Believe me, when you realize what went on here today, you know this wasn't done on a moment's notice. There he is, the Baron.
I'll tell you, it's tough to have a dry eye in this place right now, especially when Tug showed up. Oof. That was just fabulous.
Yeah, we got an advance copy of the script for much of today's ceremony, but not all of it. And we were not privy to know what was going on there at the end, and that was quite an emotional ride for everyone.
There's 1980 right there. Mike Schmidt, Bob Boone, Bull, Larry Baugh, Dutch and Lenny behind them. What a great, great day. Wow. And the sun came out about 5 minutes ago. It was almost on cue. It's just beautiful here. Danny Jackson did rip his shirt open for everybody.
Well, we did predict that.
Yeah.
That's
He's DJ with the pump it up, but there he goes.
That was the 93 bunch.
What a beauty. Oh, wow. When Tug came out of that car. Man.
Great to see Tug smiling.
Right there with Ozzie Virgil, and that moment of Mike Schmidt crossing home plate, the one home run king to the new home run king in this town. That was really touching. Mike made a point of raising Jim Thome's arm up in the air like, okay, I did it, but here's your new guy right here.
Good sign. Dutch man.
What a hero he was here. That's the ground crew coming out right now in the tuxedos, and those guys play a big part of this ballpark every day, and the players going over to see them.
And you talk about changing roles. They next year will be working with natural grass rather than taking care of AstroTurf or artificial turf as they have all these years. And that's a big change for those guys.
That's a real nice touch, too, to see the guys go over and see the guys on the ground crew. What do you have to say? Lefty.
That's all you need to say when you're left-handed and they call you lefty and nothing else. That says it all.
This was not scripted, Andy. This is just all spontaneous. It's just beautiful to watch. Sack might retire. Last pitcher to pitch here at Veterans Stadium for the Phillies.
And look how full this house still is. Not very many people have left. Those who came to the ball game today wanted to see this closing ceremony.
This is a day, Andy, you get caught in traffic, so what? Who cares? What a year that man had. 47 home runs. Wow.
And a fan favorite right from the day they signed him.
Well, now that we know him, he's even better. The one thing about Tommy is he lets the fans know him, too. Al Holland, Ozzie Virgil, Steve Bedrosian. Whoa, Rock says. He's a Mr. Emotion.
he did. I bet he did.
Great guy. Dallas Green, Paul Owens, Ed Wade.
Those are the folks that have put it all together these years.
So great to see Pope back at the ballpark. Bill Giles.
Of course, the one name that is missing from all of this is Pete Rose, and baseball rules prohibit Rose from participating in this kind of ceremony.
Well, we're really coming down to the end now. Sons right there. A couple of his boys, Matthew, Mark.
Goodbye to Veterans Stadium. Thank you, you beautiful fans. You're the greatest in America. Everybody down in this field and everybody with the Phillies organization, we love you. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Thank you so much. And now, Veterans Stadium is like a 3-1 pitch to Michael Jack or to Jim Thome. It's not a long drive. It's out of here. God bless you.
Well, this has been an incredible ceremony, and we'll be back with more right after this.
A sentimental verse, nothing in my purse, and chuckles when the preacher said,
it's clearance time on a huge selection of Toyota trucks. There's still time to get 0% APR or $1,500 cash back on the full-size Tundra featuring a powerful I-Force V8. And don't miss your chance for this deal on the unbreakable Tacoma with $750 cash back. Toyota time. The time is now.
There are places that I know where people they can go to play that favorite game. Let's call it out by name. It's America's game, the one and only Powerball. I'm only gonna tell you one more time. It's America's game, the one and only Powerball. It's over. That's the time I thought when it's over.
Well, we've said our emotional goodbye to Veterans Stadium. It's time to look forward to the future. We're going to go to Citizens Bank Park right now, and Ron Burke.
Thank you, Andy. As we turn to the future, which is Citizens Bank Park, right next door to Veterans Stadium. They are so close in proximity, but worlds apart in terms of tradition and history. The vet, as we've seen today, has ridden 30-plus years of history, and there were an outpouring of support, love, and tradition that we felt next door at Veterans Stadium. Here inside Citizens Bank Park, which in 6 months or so will be given birth to, the Phillies have an opportunity to forge a great history. Presently, the conditions here don't lend themselves to baseball of any kind. But as we've seen the Phillies do at different points over the years, this is a work in progress, a project that represents growth. I presently am standing at the spot where home plate will be located at Citizens Bank Park. And I tell you, as I look around, I can't wait to see. I see the smattering of seats so far in the upper deck. I see the beams. I see where the scoreboard will be. I look out beyond center field and I see Center City. I see a showpiece, a place where history can be written, and a message within these walls that presently are quiet but soon will become boisterous to Phillies fans, to Phillies players, to the organization. And that message says, get ready, everybody. Soon there'll be a new meeting place in town, a new place to write a different kind of history at a different place and a different time, in a great place to be a baseball fan. Let's send it back now to Chris Wheeler and Andy Musser.
All right, Ron, great job. Thank you so much for your help this afternoon. Another guy who was tremendous out there in the stands and all over the place, Anthony himself, Anthony Gargano. Take it away.
Hey, Wheels, what an amazing, emotional day. And as we look by and life just kind of oozing away, I'm going to miss it. It's an amazing place, and it's all about life. And we celebrated it for 30 years, and I'm weeping. Guys, thanks for having me. I'm going to miss the vet. Take care.
Okay, there's not much more to be said, Wheels. I think this ceremony really said it all.
There's Larry Anderson down there on the bench just taking another look around, and I'll tell you, Andy, we have done a lot of that today, is just sit around here and look around this place.
I think L.A. was afraid if we brought him back up here, we'd put him to work again. Well, we'll be back with a final word from Veterans Stadium in just a moment.
Coming up on the King of Queens, an anniversary celebration.
Salsa dancing? That's got Split My Pants written all over it.
Turns into a gambling getaway.
Atlantic City. I'm in.
And all bets are off. Next on the King of Queens.
Monday night at 6 on UPN 57.
Your father and I went to the senior health fair yesterday.
What are the rides there? The plane to go around?
Everybody loves rain. Monday night at 6:30 on UPN 57.
Any way you want it. That's the way you'll get your new Explorer. Your Quality Plus Ford dealers are bringing you some of the best-selling vehicles in America. Like Ford Explorer with up to $6,500 cash back or 0% financing for 6 years. Or lease for only $299 a month with 0 down. The best-selling SUV on the planet. Explorer with up to $6,500 cash back or 0% financing for 6 years. Or lease for just $299 a month with 0 down. These deals end September 30th. See your Quality Plus Ford dealers now.
And we are back here at Veterans Stadium, Andy, the final game ever played here this afternoon. And gosh, that unbelievable show. Aerials were provided by CBS 3 Eyewitness News. We certainly thank them for that. And I don't know. I mean, I'm drained.
Yeah, it was an emotional afternoon, and I think once again it bears saying that nobody puts on a better show than the Phillies when it comes to these kind of ceremonies. We've had so many great players here over the years, and the Phillies and Larry Schenk, who has maintained relationship with these players, has done a great job. And home plate's gone somewhere, Wheels. That's going to be one of the that one will not be sold. I don't know where that's gone, but that's special.
And there's Franny Dunn out there who's in charge of the mound. You know, we've talked about the mound. Their guys are like greenskeepers on a golf course. The guy who takes care of the mound. It's a very, very special job. And there's Franny right there with the pick, digging it up. Larry Anderson standing there to help. And there it goes. It will be headed out of here, and Franny Dunn will do another great job over at Citizens Bank Park next year.
I said home plate, but of course that's the pitcher's mound right there.
The rubber,
pitcher's
yeah.
rubber.
And there's home plate.
Yep.
And there's the ground crew today. They were in tuxedos, and you know, for 30, some of those guys have been here since day one and have done such a tremendous job at Veterans Stadium. There goes Andy out there. He's had a few cocktails with them over the years.
What an afternoon at Veterans Stadium as we ring down the curtain. I want want to thank you folks for having me back to join you here today, Wheels. It was fun. I don't guess we'll be asked to called upon to close down Citizens Bank Park. At least I hope not.
I don't think we're going to be called upon for that, but it was great having you here today, and just a wonderful ceremony. And as you said, Larry Schenk and his people did a great job. So many great players here today, memories over the weekend, memories today, and I'll tell you what, if you didn't have wet eyes watching that thing today, you don't have any switches.
Well, okay, thanks so much for joining us. It's been fun. It's a pleasure to participate in the final broadcast from Veterans Stadium, but this is it. Andy Musser for Chris Wheeler. So long, everybody.
How do I say goodbye to what we had? The good times that made us laugh, always back. I thought we get to be forever, but forever's gone now. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. I don't is going to be. All I know is where we've been and what we do. If we get to see tomorrow, I hope it's worth all the it's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. And I'll take with me the memory to bring the sunshine and the rain. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. And I'll take with me the memory to bring my sunshine and the rain. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
You're running out of time to see the Phillies play at Veterans Stadium. Are you ready to fast forward to next season? 2004 Phillies at spectacular Citizens Bank Park. Call 215-463-5000 now for season ticket information.
September is clearance month at your Dodge dealers. It's your chance to make zero down payment, zero payments for 6 months, and get 0% APR financing or cash allowances up to $5,250, which includes $750 for military personnel. Plus, get Dodge's 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Zero in on all the savings during September clearance month, now through September 30th. See your Dodge dealer for the best values in America.
Our Buenos Aires plant has been online for the past 6 months, and with that, productivity is up 10%. Next slide, please. As you can see, we're projecting another 20% increase by the end of the fall. Our analysts are extremely positive about our 18-month projections. Now, moving on to our regional distribution plan, this highlights our goals.
If you're not offering your employees Independence Blue Cross, maybe you should.
Grilled steak, sauteed onions, and American cheese on a hoagie roll. The new authentic Philly cheesesteak at McDonald's. Yep, McDonald's.
Watch That 70s Show, weeknights at 5 and 5:30 on UPN 57. Watch That 70s Show, weeknights at 5 and 5:30 on UPN 57. Up next, a high school student hits the books with a sexy tutor and my teacher's wife.
Boney D. Here are your test results.
Well, should there be a prayer or something?
Quiet, you. Todd, you okay?
Piece of cake. We can do this.
All right, okay, let's go. On 3. 1,
1,
2,
1,
2, 3. Are we happy? Yes.
Man, they really steal these.
I don't believe you.
Perfect scores.
Oh, man.
You got perfect scores.
I guess I test well.
Yes! So you know what this means, don't you?
Big screw up at SAT Central? 3 refills?
No. We could all be in Boston together.
Ooh.
Would you like that?
Me and you? Boston? Alone?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Sounds a little hectic. How come you never return my calls?
Okay.
All right, just close your textbooks. Ladies and gentlemen, calculus is not for wimps. 28% of you did not pass the midterm. Mr. Taffio, shake the dust out of your skull. Mr. Buchanan, I've seen squirrels score higher on tests. True story. Mr. Faber. Knock it off, making everybody look bad. Mr. Boomer.
You were flying high. Did you hit an air pocket? Excuse me, Mr. Mueller? Did you fall asleep at the controls? Is there terrorism involved?
You're going down in flames. See me after class.
Don't forget, have your parents sign those and return them to me.